join you as well. So first of all, congratulations to all of you on being elected to Macon County School Board for the next 4 years. I know that all of us are looking forward to working with you and your leadership on the board. So if you would, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I am duly qualified according to the Constitution of this state to exercise the duties of the office to which I have been elected, and that I will, to the best of my ability, discharge the duties thereof, and preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of this state and of the United States. So help me God. Congratulations. So now, I would shake your hand, but instead, y'all just hug each other.
While we're getting adjusted, Mrs. Smith, I've been told that the audience or the live stream still has no audio. So could we get that checked, please?
Moving on to minutes, the regular meeting of October 27th, 2020. Have a motion?
Move we accept the minutes as written.
All in favor? Unanimous.
One abstention.
I'm sorry.
One abstention.
Now we move on to our portion of public participation. We have up first Mr. Samuel Leverett.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm Samuel Everett, as you just mentioned, and I appreciate you guys giving me an opportunity to address the board. First, I would like to start off by saying I'm the father of a 13-year-old 8th grader who attends LaVelle Campbell. I'm in no way here to blame anyone in this room for the pandemic. No one in here is responsible for crossing our shores. However, everyone in this room, we are responsible for our response to the pandemic. I know that we initially shut down all schools in Aiken County to try to stop the spread of COVID-19, which I think was a good move. We later went to a hybrid learning model, which I understand the necessity of that. I also think that was a good move. Then somewhere down the line, we went to a full capacity classroom setting. My problems with that is that I thought that we were, at least now I know that we are trying to follow CDC guidelines, Dhec recommendations. Inside of a full capacity classroom, our students have no way of even practicing physical distancing if they wanted to. My 13-year-old son, this may not be important to everyone in this room, but not only am I a proud father of a very intelligent student who makes amazing grades, but I'm also the proud father of a sports kid. He loves his basketball. That might be why he makes good grades, so that I allow him to play his basketball. With that being said, a student inside of this classroom tested positive for COVID-19. As a result, he now has to quarantine for 2 weeks. I understand me being here may not do anything for him at this point, but part of what he is going to suffer, and it's very minuscule to some of the people who have suffered tremendous loss as a result of COVID-19. But as a result, he worked his tail end off to not only make his middle school basketball team, but also to earn a starting position at the point guard, and now he is devastated. Why? Because he will be out of practice for 2 weeks. He will miss his scrimmage upcoming against Paul Knox, and all the trash talking that's been going back and forth, and he can't participate in that along with his first game. That's a big thing for someone who has been dealing with, of course, being out of school for several months since the start of the pandemic, who has been away from his friends, and of course been away from being able to participate in a team sport such as basketball. My problem with that is that it could have simply been avoided because the board here, the members of this board, decided to, against everything that I know of, go against CDC guidelines and practice physical distancing if you're going to be around someone for a period greater than 15 minutes. He didn't have a choice to physical, I like the term physical distance over social distancing, but he didn't even have a choice to do that because of the seating chart that he was assigned to sit in. So now we have a 13-year-old kid who followed you guys' recommendations, wore his mask, sat within 6 feet of a student who contracted the virus, and now he has to deal with the punishment as a result. I don't know what he could have done differently. So whenever considering what the next step move, I think we should be consistent. If we're going to follow CDC guidelines as far as saying that if someone through contact tracing should self-quarantine for a period of 2 weeks, then we should be consistent and say that this is a person that also should be practicing physical distancing if they're going to be within their neighbor of a period longer than 15 minutes. Yeah, I wish that it could be something done to help him be able to participate in his first game. I wish I could be in the stands cheering and having a good time. But unfortunately, like I say, due to no fault of his own, but I will say due to this board making the decision to put kids in the school where they cannot practice physical distancing with their classmates, which certainly is what led to me being here. I understand that some of the staff members also, teachers who was exposed to this student, I understand they will still stay in the classroom. Speaking with my son's principal, I don't understand it, but I understand them as being, I guess, really important, which they are. Teachers are extremely important, but even though they have been exposed to the virus, they do not have to self-quarantine. It was also explained that even if they tested positive for the virus, they would not be forced to leave the school, which I think was a bit bizarre. Maybe she misspoke. But again, I would say that to the board that as you are outlining what would be best for Aiken County students, it would be nice if we would be consistent. If we are going to say that we are following CDC guidelines or Dhec guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Okay. Let me remind our speakers that I failed to do this earlier. Let me remind our speakers, which I failed to do earlier, that we have a limit of 5 minutes on each speaker. So next is Mr. Scott Ayers.
Good evening, board. Let me thank you for the opportunity, and I will do my best to keep my comments confined to that 5 minutes. Let me first thank this district for establishing a virtual school for Aiken County. In all reality, I honestly believe this program has the potential to only grow over time. Aiken Innovate is what I would believe to be a premier program of higher learning that not only engages students, but has also engaged teachers as well. I was hesitant at first with this program. At my age, sometimes I'm beginning to think that technology is moving faster than I am. However, the past several months, I have seen great things beginning to take shape with this program. As a longtime educator, I've seen more personal growth with myself over the last 3 months than I have for some time. And now, though, I need to shift my focus to the most important matter at hand. As the Aiken County representative for SC for Ed, I'm going to try and speak on behalf of numerous members within our organization who need to be heard from this evening. On October the 6th, 2020, 7 members of this board chose to ignore the advice of the Back to School Task Force and reopen elementary schools at full capacity 3 working days later on October 13th. At the same meeting, 7 members of this board decided to reopen middle and high schools 4 days a week, beginning on October 26th, and move to full-time capacity the following week on November 4th. This decision was made against the advice of the 13-member Back-to-School Task Force, which had been designated with meeting each week to provide advice to this board regarding any back-to-school plans. Their plans were not only ignored, but a prepared motion had already been made to move to this model of instruction. 8 days. Again, let me repeat, 8 days after a return to full-time instruction, according to the Aiken standard, 1,267 students are now quarantined. There are confirmed reports of student-to-student transmission as well as student-to-teacher or teacher-to-teacher transmission. Teachers who have been exposed to this virus are being quarantined to their desk. No one-to-one interaction with students, no small groups, no ability for individualized instruction. Quarantined to a desk, waiting to see if they become the next positive case. In an email response from one board member, they said that the Back-to-School Task Force was only a committee to provide recommendations on the reopening of schools, and they could not just listen to a committee to make their decision. The decision needed to be made by 9 board members rather than just a committee. By all my best mathematic calculations, 13 is a higher number than 7. This was an experiment that failed horribly and has affected the health of countless numbers of students and teachers. And although the number of COVID cases may not be 1,267, the number has increased dramatically due to the decision that 7 members of this board made on October the 6th. This is not from me. This has been a statement that has been carefully written, revised, and reviewed by several members within the Aiken County SC for Ed. But for further thought, and I think perhaps the most tragic story that has come from this reckless decision, a middle school teacher within this district sent me a personal message to please share with the board this evening. She has recently noticed a couple of her 7th grade students are no longer eating lunch. This has gone on for several days now. She found one of her students in the restroom trying to quickly eat an energy bar. She asked the student what was going on. The student told her that they are now scared to eat lunch at school. They no longer want to take their masks off in front of others. They do not want to be around others with their faces masked off, no matter how far apart they are, because they're scared that they're going to get sick and die. This is what the decision has done to the students in this county. This is the decision you made, and it is how it has affected the health of students in this county. Your decision may not cause COVID, but it has caused extreme mental fatigue and frustration that no child should have to go through.
You need to be finishing up, Ms. Ayers.
The members of Aiken County SC for Ed urgently plead this board to finally listen to the direction of the Back-to-School Task Force and move to full virtual for 2 weeks, then hybrid until mid-January in the Aiken County Public School District. Choosing to follow your own path once again will put countless students, teachers, families, and others at risk, if not from COVID, but from acute mental stress associated with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayers. Okay. Up next is Steve Adigan. I don't know if I pronounced it properly.
You did.
Pardon me?
You did.
Well.
It's all right, Mr. Smith, I love you.
My friend. I apologize.
Yes, sir. And I apologize, I skipped out of school so I could come and do my presentation this evening. I'll be leaving right after this, so I apologize. Mr. Smith and the board, Mr. Lawrence, administration, thank you very much for this opportunity. I cannot begin to explain the fear that has arisen throughout the entire COVID-19 scenario on school buses. From daily sanitizing, to ventilation, to bad or misinformation, to crowd control, to students' overall health and well-being, the challenges of driving the big yellow incubator this year have truly escalated. I will commend the board on your efforts to address the pandemic concerns and your efforts to return students back to the classroom, but sadly, that's why I'm here to speak this evening. Obviously, the numbers of positive cases in the district continues to rise, continues to increase, as we all know. Everyone back in the building, everyone is aware of this, particularly school bus drivers. The results seem somewhat imminent and apparently a part of our risk assessment equation. While our 10% positivity rate model is ambitious and optimistic, I feel that the district is merely tempting fate. As the holidays grow nearer, the national cases continue to explode, and the federal government continues to step on its own feet, it would be naive of the district to somehow believe that we're going to skip the inevitable. Positive case numbers will continue to rise. Teachers, staff, students, family, the community at large will continue to be at risk. If the district is insistent upon keeping students in the building, all of the economic and educational reasons notwithstanding, will you at least consider returning to the blue and red cohort model that we used at the beginning of the school year? I believe that the results from this model possibly allow the board to create a false sense of success, but this model garner a workable outcome amidst an unknown combatant. Secondly, if I may, as one of the hundreds of school bus drivers for the district, the decisions made by the administration inadvertently affect the job that we are asked to perform. And this job becomes even more compromised as the district continues to surge forward with allowing more students in the schools. I wanted to speak very specifically about what the gentleman spoke about earlier, the contradictions and confusion about quarantine versus not being quarantined, stay, go, what have you. With regards to students who ride the school bus and are identified as quarantined, and then they're allowed to ride the school bus home after being told to quarantine. Bus drivers from Area 2, the North Augusta area, met with Dr. Murphy last week to discuss updated COVID-19 policies for the district. Now, from this meeting, we were made to understand that the current policy holds that children who ride the school bus to school and are asked to quarantine by the school are allowed to ride the school bus back home. That's what we got out of the meeting last week. Yes, sir. Okay.
I'm sorry, say that again, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am. Students who ride the school bus, who go to school and are identified as needing to quarantine, are allowed to ride the school bus back home. Okay. Though quarantining and isolating represent two different intervention actions on behalf of the district, it is almost impossible, particularly at this point of bad or information in the community, to mitigate the level of confusion and distrust amongst school bus drivers. While the policy may support the district's risk assessment, it does not take into account the numerous outliers, such as conversations that get had by people who just don't know all the facts, particularly kids on the school bus. I'm asking the board to reconsider the process of a student's transportation from a school after being asked to quarantine from the perspective of we who are asked to complete this assignment. All of the drivers from Area 2 overwhelmingly felt that placing a quarantine student on a bus was antithetical to the quarantine process because we're attempting to reduce spread. but we don't know if the child, if the virus is gonna break out and when it's gonna break out. Drivers were clear that exposure means that the risk of potential is heightened, but it doesn't necessarily mean positivity. So again, we're not delusional, but again, we're attempting to work through this process with you.
We need to.
Got it. So our greatest concern is social distancing and student behavior because the kids aren't on a bus, they're not social distancing because the buses are crowded, and they want to take off the mask. We're asking simply if you would please reconsider the idea of allowing students who ride the school bus and are asked to quarantine by the school, that they be taken home by a parent versus being allowed back on the bus after being told to quarantine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid, and I apologize for not getting the name right.
Right. Thank you very much.
I rode the seat too, remember? Okay, next we have, y'all, excuse me, is it John Tiffany?
Yes, hi, I'm John Tiffany. I'm a local pediatrician here in the area. I'm on the Back to School Task Force, and I just want to emphasize the conclusions that we came to that Mr. Postel will be soon going through, and the importance of what we have come to the ideas and the conclusions that we've come to. Our committee is diverse. Our committee meets weekly. We spend at least an hour, hour and a half weekly. We have a whole range of opinions. I will tell you that we go from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. We have discussed so many different things, and at the end, we come to, we think, a very educated decision as to what we feel is best. We not only think about teachers, we think about nurses, we think about students, we think about school buses, we've thought about all those things. Under Mr. Postel's direction, it has been fantastic. I will tell you that the nurses in this district are doing amazing work. Our teachers are doing amazing work. The nurses are overworked at this point due to the number of infections. The number of infections have spiked. The number of infections are large. The number of kids that are in quarantine, the number of staff that's in quarantine is amazing. And Mr. Postel will be going through all this data with you. At this point, substitute teachers are a problem. So we're now into a public health problem. I think we're at the tipping point right now. And if you look at the whole public health aspect of this, COVID is going to get worse. The number of infections are going to get worse. The number of kids in quarantine are going to get worse. The number of staff that gets COVID is going to get worse. Right now, with the way the children, the students are in school, they cannot social distance. This virus loves people close to each other. And unfortunately, unless you're wearing an N95, a regular cloth mask does not stop the spread of this virus. As long as the students and the teachers cannot social distance, this virus will continue to spread in our schools. What we're seeing right now is and this is across the country, we're seeing more middle school and high school transmission of the virus. Yes, you have some virus transmission at the elementary school level, but yes, you're seeing a lot of virus transmission at the middle and high school level. At this point, these children, these students, these teachers should be social distanced. And so as we go back and we discuss virtual learning, we discuss hybrid learning, we've discussed also this at the committee level, and try to think of ideas of how to improve the hybrid learning model, how to improve the virtual learning model. Mr. Lawrence has worked very, very hard, and his staff have worked very, very hard. And I think that hybrid and virtual learning can be successful to educate our students. Yes, children do better one-on-one in the classroom, but at this point, as you weigh the public health aspect and the educational aspect of where these children are, unfortunately, I think we're at the point that we need to let them go back to a virtual or hybrid learning model. So I'm asking that the school board please take our recommendations seriously. We met for an hour and a half last night, and again, the committee, I love being with this committee, because we sit there and we bantered for an hour and a half back and forth, that I think came to some very, very, very good conclusions that I hope that you follow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Tiffany, appreciate your thoughts. That concludes our public participation for tonight.
Sir, I have a question. I didn't know to sign in. Is it too late? I didn't know. No one asked me to sign in.
Okay, if you could give it in 3 minutes, Liz, come talk to
Yeah.
us.
Well, I don't need a microphone, but, okay, I'll do it.
For the folks at home.
Sorry.
Please make sure you pull it down.
Yeah, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I don't have a planned speech. I just kind of got upset today when.
What was your name, please?
Oh, I'm Jana Jackson. I have 2 sons, Aiken High. They're both athletes. They're both very good students. And I've seen them struggle with the jerking. I'm a Marine of 20 years. I'm not real eloquent in my speaking techniques. So I don't apologize, that's just me. But my kids have been jerked around. Other kids have been jerked around. There's no consistency. It's very hard for me as an adult and other friends of mine to cope during COVID. We are doing our children a disservice by changing our minds on how we're going to instruct them on a consistent basis. How many times has it changed since last year? And how many studies have been done to show the amount of kids we're quarantining versus how many kids are sick? Who's tracking those numbers to see out of those kids that are quarantined are actually becoming positive? Are we keeping too many kids out of school? Who can answer that? Has any study or any tracing been done on how many kids are quarantined versus how many kids are become active? I looked at that. I didn't see it. And it's there a little bit, but look at the number on that sheet of how many kids are quarantined versus how many are positive versus how many are hospitalized versus how many die. Exactly, that's my point. We are here to educate our children, the school system. We're not here, and I have athletes, sir. I appreciate the athletic community and what it does for the mental health, physical health of our children. I'm all about that. I financially support the athletic department. I volunteered my ass off. But, sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I apologize. We need to watch our patoots, okay? But where are these kids, a lot of them becoming.
Time is getting close.
Okay, these kids are becoming positive, a lot of them appears in athletic departments. Why not stop some extracurricular activities and some of these sports and see what that does? What can you guys do to keep our children in school? Have you asked those hard questions? Not about the Band-Aids. Throw away the Band-Aids and get us a solid fix so our kids can be in school. That's your job, not to keep them out of school.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to say something. We don't normally address this, but I think we all need to sit and we need to remember that for every person sitting in this room, there is an ideal way to handle this. And they are about as diverse as they can be. And what our job up here is to find the best that will work for the majority to keep everyone safe. Not looking to debate that, but I want to remind people that it is a huge situation we have. It's unprecedented. We've never had to deal with this before. We're trying to listen to the people that know as well as listen to the people that are involved. And so with that, we're going to move on with our meeting. And election of student recognition, please.
Yeah, I think that's them up there.
Mr. Rozier.
Mr. Lawrence, if you'd like to join me down front for a few moments.
Yeah, check that first, too.
we'll probably have to keep going. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Vice Chairman Smith, Superintendent Lawrence, members of the board, everyone attending tonight in person and online. Aiken County's own Hankinson Boxing Gym was established in 2015 by James and Brittany Hankinson as a way to help not only their own children, but other local young people to expand their boxing skills and help them build life skills. Inside and outside of the gym, they believe in a motto of gloves up, guns down, to encourage you to stay engaged in a positive, life-building activity. James and Brittany are also employees of Aiken County Public Schools. James and Brittany, y'all raise your hands so everybody knows who you are, okay? Where Brittany serves as a special education aide at East Aiken School of the Arts, and James serves as an in-school monitor at Kennedy Middle School. Since 2015, Hankinson Boxing Gym has become a place where championship amateur boxers are developed and cultivated through intense training and the fire of personal determination. This year, the gym is sending 6 talented boxers to compete in the 2020 USA Boxing National Championships. These outstanding young competitors have joined us here tonight to be recognized for their outstanding achievement in reaching the national tournament. As I call your name, please come up to accept your certificate, and I'll also take a picture of you as well. Tyriana Hankinson, a graduate of Aiken High School and member of the class of 2019.
Hang on, let me take a picture. I'm doing dual roles tonight, so y'all bear with me. One more. Okay.
Kendall Brockington, a senior at Aiken High. Jabriana Hankinson, a freshman at South Aiken High. Taisha Harrison, a freshman at Aiken High. Shaquem Price Jr., a 3rd grade student at J.D. Lever Elementary.
You can open it if you want, go ahead. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2.
And last but not least, James Hankinson Jr., also a 3rd grade student at J.D. Lever Elementary. Five of the students recognized tonight have trained at the Hankinson Boxing Gym since the gym first opened, with 4 of them having attended the national tournament last year in Madison, Wisconsin. During that competition, Hankinson boxers took 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 8th place awards. Jabriana Hankinson placed 1st in her weight class, Tyriana Hankinson placed 2nd, Kendall Brockington placed 3rd, and Taisha Harrison placed 8th. Here are a few fun facts. Jabriana Hankinson has been ranked number 1 in her weight class for 4 years, so don't test her. Only mommy and daddy can do that, right? Shaquem Price Jr., if he wins, will be ranked number 1 in his weight class. And James Hankinson Jr. is attending his first national tournament, and if he wins, he'll become a national champion ranked number 1 at 70 pounds. You're 70 pounds? Is that right? Good gracious. Pack tight. This year, the USA Boxing National Championship Tournament will be hosted in Shreveport, Louisiana on December 6th through the 12th. We wish the Hankinson Boxing Club safe travels and each of these young people all the best in their pursuit of excellence next month in Shreveport. Let's give these student athletes and their families a round of applause. You're okay, you guys are around each other quite a bit anyway. All right. All right, y'all come together as best you can, and I'll take a picture of y'all. Yeah, we'll get some of you guys up front. Yeah, there you go. Perfect, perfect. All right. All right, you guys take pictures quite a bit. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Blakely, do you want to come over and get a shot of here? Sure. All right, one more, everybody. Now look at Blakely, please. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight. Y'all have a great evening. I told them they could go ahead and leave. They didn't want to hang around for all the rest of it.
Good night, y'all. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Don't get caught by
Good
those
luck
other
as well.
All right, be careful. Thank y'all for coming so much.
Okay, up next.
Mr. Lawrence, Mr. Smith, that concludes our presentation tonight. Thank you.
Good job. Up next is the election of the vice chairman, and Ms. Mahoney, I believe you can coordinate that for us. Ms. Mahoney is the, one of the members of the legal firm that represents the county out of Columbia.
I'll hand out ballots, if you could all please check one person for the vice chair, and then sign your name, please, and I'll pick it back up.
Okay. Yeah.
My talents are being tested here. Okay, so we don't have a majority, so what will happen next is we'll take the, top 3 vote getters, because we don't have, we can't bring it to 2 because I have a 2, a 2, and a 3. Does that make sense? Just trying to explain my math here, okay? So because I have 2 votes for a candidate, 2 votes for a candidate, 3 votes for a candidate, that doesn't let me go to 2. Does that make sense? So, I'm gonna bring the ballots back around. And for this next vote, if you could vote for one of the following 3 individuals. Is everyone following me? Does that make sense? Okay.
Yep.
So we have Dr. John Bradley. We have, Cameron Nussel. And we have Jason Crane. Okay, those are the three candidates. Okay, so now I have, two candidates who have 3 votes each. So we will do another round, but we have some backups. In this round, if you could select for one of the 2 candidates, either Dr. John Bradley or Jason Crane. Okay. So, wait a minute, we might actually be able to work this out. Okay, so so there's a vote of 4 for Dr. Bradley and 3 for Jason Crane and 1 abstention, which would make a majority for Dr. Bradley. So congratulations to Dr. Bradley as Vice Chair.
Congratulations, Dr. Bradley.
Thank you. Let me clarify one thing. This term of office is until the next regular board meeting.
One more.
Just want everybody to know how permanent this was.
Too difficult.
Okay, it's office of the board chair. Unless Ms. Mahoney's got something else.
I was never very good at math, so that was very stressful.
Somehow, I don't think that's true, after being around you for so many years. So office board chair does not have anything. It's an honor to be here with you this week and during the next meeting, but I kind of hope that's the last one. But moving on to, information items. Would you like for me to just allow a motion on all of them, or would you like me to read them? Oh, that's right. I got notes in the wrong place. Dr. Murphy?
Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Lawrence. I'm going to bring you a brief overview of the progress of our current projects we have going on in the division so far. All right, so we begin with Belvedere. The parking lot is graded. The storm drain lines are complete, and the pond is ready to grass right now. The joist decking around the floors is almost complete. You can see the steel decking here. A shot of the lobby. And here you're looking at the plumbing rough end. This project is projected at $10.7 million. It's currently on time and within budget. Over at Mill Valley, we've been given the certificates of occupancy, and both athletic and the dining rooms are ready to go. The contractor is finishing punch list work on each building per certificate of substantial completion. So look at the main entry as well as the academic addition. And in the interior view, you can see some different areas. This punch list also addressed the VCT flooring as well as the gym floor concerns. This project is still ahead of schedule and barring any other issues within its $18.2 million budget.
May I ask a question about Middle Valley? The cafeteria tables, does the cafeteria tables and so forth come in yet, Dr. Murphy, do you know?
I do not know. I don't have that right now.
Thank you.
At Millbrook, our progress continues. The steel framing on the second floor is complete and the floor slab has been poured for the second floor. The new media center is complete. This is our interior views there. And this is a look at the future administrative area up front. And the next major milestone for this project will be erecting the steel frame for the roof framing. This project is currently on its $9.6 million budget and is still slightly behind due to the weather, but we're looking for opportunities to make that time up over the next few months. North Augusta, we have received our final OSF inspection and finishing the finishing touches. The parking lot area is complete. The project is within budget on time, so I'm going to be sending you all tomorrow an invitation to do a walkthrough, hopefully sometime next week, depending on your schedule, so I can give you a tour of the facilities. But until then, we can take a look at the arena entrance area. The gymnasium floor with the black finish. This is the auxiliary gym area. It's a blonde finish there. The concession area. And the newly completed weight room, and we already have the equipment in the weight room and it's ready to go as well, so it's extremely impressive. This project is on time and within its $16.3 million budget. Over at Red Spring, construction of a new elementary school addition is continuing ahead of schedule and within budget. The structure of the addition is complete and most of the exterior veneer, including the roofing, is approximately 95% complete. So look at the dining area and the media center. Classroom Addition A and Area B. The PE area. The interior finishes, including prime paint, ceiling grid, and they've started, while overhead and in-wall roughing of mechanical, plumbing, electrical, and fire alarms are continuing. This project is within its $20 million budget and is continuing actually ahead of schedule. I'll take any questions.
Absolutely. Mr. Silas?
Dr. Murphy, all the projects look really good. I was just in Midland Valley last week, so personally I can say things are really coming along well there, and I look forward to more work there in the future. So, my question though is not really about one of these, so if you don't know the answer, just an email update or maybe the next meeting would be fine. But with regard to the Career Center, do you happen to know when the next milestone is for a Career Center and when it's up?
Well, currently, the Career Center funding, we're having to finish out a lot of these projects in order to actually determine the final scope of that project.
Right.
So a lot of what we're doing moving forward with the Career Center is gonna be contingent on the rest of these projects coming in on time and hopefully a little bit under budget, so we can kind of shift the resources towards making that project more fleshed out.
So we're really not sure until we know the outcome of those. And I think we
Yes, sir.
approved the design, did we not, for the Career Center sometime?
We have an initial
A
design
scope,
already.
I guess. but-
Yes, sir.
but- Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to consent items. I will read them, and at the end of each, I will ask if anybody has any questions. Excuse me, we need a motion to read them? We need a motion to read them.
Move to hear consent items.
Okay. All in favor? Okay. Ratification of expulsions. The school board, according to the Code of Laws of South Carolina, Section 5963-240, is authorized to expel students from school. Although the board may receive recommendations for expulsion from others, it solely is empowered to take the final expulsion action. Item 2, Aiken County Public School District Head Start Policy Council bylaws. On October 22nd, 2019, the school board approved the submission of the Aiken County Public School District Early Childhood Head Start Grant and recipients of the receipt of funds if awarded. In June 2020, the grant was officially awarded to Aiken County Public School District with the start date of July 1 for a 5-year grant award. Section 642 of the Head Start Act requires grant agencies to establish and maintain a formal structure of program governance. The Aiken County Public School District School Board serves as that overarching government body. However, this act requires grant recipient to establish a policy council to advise on program operations and design and assist in the development of long and short-term goals and objectives while taking into account community-wide strategic planning and needs assessment. Any questions on that? Number 3, Coronavirus Aid, Relief and Economic Security Act, CARES, grant funding, round 2, Dr. Murphy. And on March 27, 2020, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief and Economic Security Act was signed into law. Congress set aside approximately $13.2 billion of the $30.75 billion allotted to Educational Stabilization Fund for elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund. On May 12, 2020, the school board approved the use of the school district's allocation of $6,671,792 to purchase technology to implement in one-to-one digital learning interface for students in grades 6 through 12. Pursuant to Section 4, Spending Directive Number Act 154 signed into law by Governor McMaster on September 25th, 2020. Unused and available funding allocated to school districts was reallocated on a per pupil basis, and Aiken County Public Schools will receive an additional $2,463,964 in coronavirus relief funds. Funds must be expended by September 30th, 2021. Do I have a motion?
I have a question about that one, please.
Yes, sir.
Can we get an update on the distribution of those devices, please, and the challenges and what we're doing to overcome those?
So, we will actually be rolling out in 3 high schools this week. Our challenge has been getting in the devices. Everybody around the world was asking for devices at the same time we were. So our devices have come in for our high schools, and those high school devices will shift down to the middle schools. And this money will allow us to shift devices down to the elementary grades, down to grade K. So we're rolling out in 3 schools this week: Ridge Spring High, Wagner Sally High, and Silver Bluff High on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week. We were trying to get the teacher preparation and training for both teachers and students out before the devices, but just knowing how quickly things change, we wanted to go ahead and distribute the devices this week. So we'll be distributing to the other high schools next week, and then shortly after that, the middle schools hopefully will be done before Christmas break.
So timetable for completion is by Christmas?
Hopefully by Christmas. Hopefully by Christmas. Now, for the elementary schools, we're still waiting on devices to come in.
Okay.
So those devices we're gathering from the high schools. So the high schools will have the newest devices. Those high school devices and some new devices will shift down to the middle schools, and then those devices will shift down to the elementary schools. So, so our newest devices will be in the high schools, and I don't know the exact counts per level, but we'll have enough at the very end to do K through 12.
One more question, I'm sorry.
Yes,
What
sir.
has to be done to a device when it comes in, it's in the box, what has to be done to that to get it ready?
So an image that has our software applications, our policies, making sure that the filtering software is there, so that does not come from the company. And
Yeah, that's our.
Dr. Murphy?
That's actually our image, and so it has all of our, it pushes out all of our, it pushes out all of our policies, and so that's the way we secure that device. And so once we get the devices in, we have to re-image it. Basically, it also refreshes the device as well, gets rid of a lot of the bloat and some of the things that were slowing down the performance of the device before we send it back out. And of course, another thing we're doing also is sanitizing the devices. So once we finally send it down, it's a good device.
So it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
Dr. Bradley?
Just to follow up here, how many students will be without devices after you distribute these to these 3 high schools?
So all of our high schools, we'll have a one-to-one initiative. So all of our students,
I know, but do you know the number of how many kids won't have a device after the high schools get theirs?
of middle and elementary students,
Anytime. I know that the plan is for all students to have one, but at this point in time, I would like to know how many don't have them or won't have them after we distribute the ones we have. And if you don't know now, you can tell me later, but if you do know, I'd like to know.
According to our latest number, once we buy the 3,988 computers, we will have 1 device for each kid in the district.
So we're about 3,000 short.
3,988, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question, and I just need credit, because I wrote that number down for him. He acted like he had that number, he didn't have that number. So sorry, Dr. Bradley, I didn't understand the question.
Dr. Bradley?
I have a question about number 1, item 1. I don't have a list of anything. What are we approving there?
It's,
Our application of expulsion?
there is an attachment, Dr. Bradley.
There is?
Yes, sir.
I don't know where it is. I found it. Just call me Blind. Thank you. My right-hand man here found it.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, moving on to C items. Number one is, I'm sorry. Y'all got a vote. They tell me we got a vote. Thank you. All in favor? Excuse me, need to read. All in favor of approving the consent items, raise your hand. All opposed? Unanimous. Okay, now we're gonna move on to COVID-19 update advisory committee report, Mr. Costello.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lawrence, members of the board. Another update for you all tonight. We're bringing you new data from the last time we met, and then a recommendation from our committee this evening. First, I'd like to recognize the members of our committee. My job is to collect the information, present the information to them, and then facilitate the discussion. But it's these individuals who do the work each week and who have very lively discussions. All members are appointed and serving voluntarily to serve the community and the students and the teachers of Aiken County School District. So, and I know we have a few of our members tonight, so if you all would, if you're here, part of the committee, would y'all stand up for me? I just want to thank them for the work that they do. We meet in the evenings, and sometimes it goes to 7:30 or so, we certainly appreciate all their hard work. This information is the same as that we've presented before. This is where we collect our data. This is the Dhec Daily Report, the Dhec Recent Disease Activity Report, COVID-19 cases among school-aged children and employees, information from the American Academy of Pediatrics, that's their Children and COVID-19 State Level Data Report, our Aiken County specific data dealing with our students and employees, and then we also compare ourselves to other, our neighbor, Columbia County. So what I do each time is I break this out for you. This is the Dhec Daily Report data that we collect. This is new cases in South Carolina, new deaths in South Carolina, the South Carolina positivity rate, new cases in Aiken County, and new deaths in Aiken County. So I backed this up to November 1st, mainly so it could fit on the slide for you. So you can kind of see how the progression of cases has gone. We've kind of been consistently in the 1,300 range, with 16, 17 being the highest. And then in column 10 are Aiken County specific cases, and this is countywide. We started off in the 20s and the teens, and we've been kind of in the 20s and 30s with a couple of 50s sprinkled in between. I had some help putting some charts together. This kind of just shows you the progression. This is the 5-day rolling average, rolling total. I'm sorry, 5-day rolling total for the November 1st through 5th, and 6th through 10th, and 11th through 15th. And you can kind of see the progression of how cases in South Carolina and Aiken County have gone. Just some additional information on that. The Aiken County cases represent an increase of 84.1% over the course of the graph, and the South Carolina cases represent an increase of 62.7% over the course of the graph. So in that case, Aiken County positive cases are growing a little bit faster than the state. Another chart illustrating the growth by month with positive cases. And so this is August, September, October, and then through the first week in November, through November 8th. These are Aiken County School District cases, so specific to our local school district, to our staff and students. The blue represents students, and the orange represents the staff. So another point of information on this one is that the number, the first week in November represents an 87.5% increase in student cases over the month of October. And we have a 23.1% staff.
Are those numbers cumulative? In other words, is the 60 for students the total number of cases?
Yes, sir.
Since August?
Yes, sir. All right, all right, so we also track, we put in each week the American Academy of Pediatrics data, which tracks state data, and I always warn that this one we have to pay a little bit of attention to because states report childhood cases in different ways. Some states report 0 to 17, some states report 0 to 18. South Carolina is one of the ones who reports 0 to 20. So we just have to keep that in mind when we look at the total number of cases. So the way this reports is total childhood cases, and you can see the growth over time. The percent of child cases as the percent of the total. South Carolina is currently at 18.2%. Again, keeping in mind the difference in the age reporting, which puts us number 2 as far as the 50 states reporting. U.S. is right at about 11% of the total cases are children, and South Carolina represents 18.2. And then it also lists the cases per 100,000 children in the state, and naturally it's cumulative, so naturally over time you see that number growing. The Recent Disease Activity Report is another report that we track closely. This one rates our county in 3 different areas: the rate per 100,000 population, our trend incidence, and our positivity rate. And then there's a calculation on that sheet that gives you the overall calculation. So on the most recent one, which was published November 12th, Aiken County rate was 192 per 100,000, which put us in the medium category. Our trend incidence was back in the high category, and our positivity rate at 13.9 put us in the high category. So 2 highs and a medium puts us in the high category overall for the Recent Disease Activity Report. Another key piece to look at is quarantine due to exposure. And what I did is kept October 11th through total, and the week of November 8th is reporting, each week we report workplace exposure and outside exposure, and then those are factored in the total as well. So for the week of October 11th, 136, and you can see how this grows over time. The last week we reported quarantining students and staff a total of 1,267. And just to illustrate that in chart form, you can see the trend up. And this is exposure, close contact exposure to a positive case within the schools.
And how many were positive again for COVID?
This is quarantine.
I know, but quarantine versus...
Positive cases by level, reporting elementary, middle, and high, and then we have district cases broken out, and then we have our totals. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, we don't allow questions to be asked from the audience. Sorry.
Our positive cases by level we report each week, and so we have, on this one, September 20th, or 20 September through 8 November reporting. So elementary, we had 7 in the last week. Middle's been traditionally low for us. This last week popped up to 11 student cases and 4 staff cases. And high school was down slightly to 13 cases, but up to 6 staff members. Looking at our regional comparison, we've started this back a ways comparing our numbers to Columbia County numbers because they were a little bit ahead of us as far as going back to school. You can see over time they went 25, 23, 21, up to 46. Over time, our cases went 7 total, then 10 total, then 26 total, and then 31 in the last week. Each week, this is part of the report that we submit to Mr. Lawrence, and that comes to our board members. So this is our meeting summary, and what we do is we just put the most recent data, the most current data in the boxes. These were all represented in the charts and the graphs that you saw previous. We wanted to outline some of the factors that influence the recommendation that we bring to you tonight. And those include the increased community spread. We're seeing more asymptomatic spread. In other words, students and staff members being infected or exposed and spreading from someone who didn't know they were sick. The number of quarantines impacting our ability to staff classrooms when teachers are out. And this is an interesting graph. You can't, those numbers are small. So the bar graphs represent September, October, and November. This is our substitute fill rate. We went from a 92% in September to an 82.5% in October, and currently so far in November, 69.8%. Just to give you some comparison, September is typically 94%, so we were right on it at 92. October is typically 91%. This October we were at 82.5. And November is typically 87%. So far this November we're at 69.8. So this brings us to the recommendations that our committee makes. What we've done this time is we've looked out past the Christmas break and made some recommendations for coming back through our time after Christmas, after the holiday break. So our recommendations this time is that we recommend the following schedule for 11/23, at least through the 8th of January. So the committee discussed and we voted unanimously this time to recommend remote learning for the week of 11/23 to 11/25. That's the week before Thanksgiving. Recommend remote learning returning the week after Thanksgiving, which is 11/30 to 12/4. This we discussed due to the amount of travel in the community, the amount of travel with our families and our students, and the risk of exposure coming back after holiday travel. Then we looked at recommendation of hybrid learning for the week of December 7th through 11th and the week of December 14th through the 18th. And then again, returning to remote learning the week of January 4th when students return that week from the break, again due to the risk of spread from holiday travel. We outlined a possible schedule beginning the 11th of January because we don't want to stay in that. We want to look forward to working our way back in. So hybrid learning the week of the 11th through the 15th. Trying to go back into that 4-day week with elementary the week of the 18th through the 22nd, and then phasing in middle and high school the week after, as long as cases permit, with a caveat that this plan is dependent, of course, on the number of cases and the spread within the schools and in the community, and looking at our quarantine for staffing and being able to cover absences. One last piece of the recommendation, our committee discussed twice the possibility of a district partnership with the community to look at a bit of a public relations campaign to help get the word out to folks in the community, what we can do to help you, what they can do to help us. Kind of here are the mitigating things that can happen to try to prevent spread, like washing hands, wearing the mask, staying 6 feet apart, things like that. So that was a recommendation that the committee put forth this time. Our recommendation was we wanted to point out a few concerns that we had that we knew would be questions and maybe issues that folks would have. So technology issues. So we wanted to make sure that we had a plan to get devices out to students make learning equitable for those students who have the devices versus those who don't, and then provide a list of services in the community and folks who can help out with connectivity, access to hotspots or Wi-Fi spots for students for connectivity. We talk a lot in our committee about the hybrid learning model, the lessons we've learned from that so far this year. That we did a good job of pulling that together, but there are lessons we can learn to improve that process in listening to our constituents and our community members, our students and our teachers, and allowing teachers the autonomy to develop the things that need to be done for their students in that. We had some concern about travel and the potential spread with holiday travel, public health concerns from travel, and then being a responsible community partner with our area community, because we do have about 16,000 students in the face-to-face learning model. And then staffing issues. That was a big concern of ours, not being able to cover the teacher and staff absences. Did a quick survey of schools, and many schools are using teacher assistants. We've had principals substituting in classes, teachers on their planning periods in the high school often get asked to fill in when the substitutes are not available to cover classes. And so with that, that is our presentation and our recommendations for this week based on our meeting on Monday night. And we did have a call meeting on Friday to look at some of those things as well.
Thank you, Mr. Postel. Appreciate everything. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Postel?
I got questions, but I don't know who they're gonna be for.
Who was first?
I got,
Dr. Brad.
I'm pretty confused, really. I've got 15 different stacks of numbers here, and I can't match them up. I'd really like to know how bad off we are. And I need 2 or 3 pieces of data for that. I don't need a lot of this stuff. I'd like to know how many cases we've had for the year and see the progression. I think I have progression from month to month, week to week, over the period of time we've been in school. Now, I've understood you told me it was 60, the total number of cases we've had this year. For students.
I do have a slide in there for that.
I don't.
Oh, I turned it off.
And the other thing is
Oh,
that
Ms. Hart has that number for you, Dr. Brad.
I have to study this stuff and digest it. I don't want it here. I need to get it beforehand. I know that it's a tight timeline because they only got it Monday night. But it's hard for me to come in and watch a slide and do math and do all that kind of stuff and have to vote in a few minutes to make a decision that's going to affect the lives of thousands of people. I think we've got if we've only had 60 positive cases in students this year, that's less than 1/10,000th of a percent of our student body. And I see Dr. Tiffany shaking his head back there, so it must be we've had more than 60.
No, sir.
So
All right.
it's at
Ms. Hart has more info on that for you.
243. Now, where did I find that?
The total positives are 244, 94 faculty, 140 face-to-face students, and 10 virtual students. That's cumulative
Okay.
the entire year.
Now, have you
Since we've been
done
back in school.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know what percentages of infection were?
I can calculate those for you very quickly.
I can calculate too, if you don't mind. It's 243, the number of students who contracted COVID.
No, sir. 150 total, 140 face-to-face, 10 virtual.
Divide that by
22,601.
16,158, that's the number of face-to-face.
100, yes.
That's the ones I'm really concerned about. Because if virtual got it, they didn't get it at school.
Right. What was that?
Some of the virtual students take in athletics. So they may have been.
Might as well come to school then, if they're gonna come play sports.
It's a whole other argument.
if we took the whole student body, it's gonna be.
So if we look at face-to-face.
0.009%, less than 1/100% of our students have got COVID. I think that's pretty good.
I do too.
I think that's pretty darn good. Now, we've gone crazy the last 2 weeks from quarantine. There's a problem, folks. But we're quarantining all these people, but they're not coming out positive. We've got such a low rate of students contracting the disease. I mean, if all the people who got quarantined, if half of them got COVID, the numbers would be way, way up. I don't know what, Dr. Tiffany wants to speak, and I would personally like to hear it. I know it's
So
early,
that,
but we don't.
I was gonna ask that.
Yes.
If Dr. Tiffany
Yeah,
could speak, please.
but this is important, folks.
Yep.
Do you mind, sir?
I'm okay with that, Dr. Tiffany, if you don't mind coming up and speaking.
So you see the number of positive cases. What our problem is not, because children typically do not get very ill from COVID. Of course, their grandparents, et cetera, can get sick from it. What it comes down to is the quarantine. And the quarantine, I can tell you, school nursing Monica Mazzell is absolutely amazing. But the quarantine of how you quarantine those students, if they're 6 foot 15 minutes throughout the day, they have to quarantine all those people. So, for instance, at Newington Middle School, we had a positive case. 50 kids got quarantined from that one positive case. So if you think about your quarantine numbers are just incredible. And then, so it comes down to really quarantines are really gonna be your biggest issue. And if you think about it, if you have 240 cases that were positive, and if you've got however many kids, if they were in school and you're not social distancing, and they were in school for 3 days with a headache, and then they were viremic that whole time, the number of kids that they exposed is amazing. And your school nurses, I mean, I can tell you Sunday, I spent the time on the phone with school nursing and that kind of thing as we were figuring out, again, more quarantine of positive cases from the weekend. So it's your quarantine numbers is your big deal. Now, there's no way to know the number of kids that quarantine and who is positive. We don't have testing like South Korea. South Korea could go around and test every one of those people and figure out who in those quarantine numbers are positive. That does not exist in the United States right now. And maybe more aggressive places like New York or that kind of thing where the testing is there. That doesn't exist here. So we don't know of those, however many, 600 people that were quarantined, what percentage of those are gonna get COVID? We have no idea, and we'll never be able to get those numbers.
That's because they don't show symptoms.
They may not show symptoms, or they don't have to go get tested. It's only a recommendation to go get tested, and I don't even know, and there's no way to know the percentage of people that go get testing.
But could we not infer from whether or not they got sick, whether or not?
You really don't know, because they could be asymptomatic, and at the middle school and high school level, 11 years of age and greater, that's when they start to spread it from an asymptomatic aspect. And actually, in our office, last week, we saw the first asymptomatics in quarantine that were positive.
So the danger of then sending them back is the fact that they're gonna affect other people, not necessarily the school population.
Or yeah, it could affect the school population, that as you spread this exponentially, then one of those kids may get it and bring it home and grandma takes care of them, and then grandma gets it.
So this is your recommendation is precautionary in the sense of trying to stop the spread of the virus in the community, not just in the school population.
That is correct. That is correct. That's sort of a public health thought towards this. That's correct.
Mr. Smith, I think this is a terribly important juncture that we're at right now. I think that we've got to make some decisions. We're going to need to make at least one tonight about the next week. But I think we're looking at a plan that disrupts the lives of parents for the next 2 months. My email is split 50-50. Half the emails I get are people begging us not to go back to a reduced time in school, and the other half is wanting to move back to some other lower frequency contact model. The vast majority of the ones who don't want cut back at parents, and the ones that are pushing the idea of reducing time in face-to-face or education. I'm concerned on both sides of the fence. I mean, I really don't want to make people sick, but neither, I just don't think children are getting what they need in these reduced time models. I think we've already wasted, not wasted, but impaired 1/3 of last year's student learning, and I think we at best 2/5 this year. I'm not making a statement in favor of continuing full instruction at this point, but I think it's a big decision. It's not something I take lightly. It's real easy to say, let's just cut back as a precautionary measure, but we're crippling kids. I mean, the first and second, third graders who are not getting what they need, they never catch up. We may be crippling them for the rest of their lives in an educational sense, because, we're not even doing it smart, because we're insisting on still sticking with state standards even though we don't test them. And teachers are driving themselves crazy trying to meet these standards when the kids are just not getting sufficient instruction, I don't think. Or at least that's what teachers complain to me about. I don't know. I'm not out in the classroom, so I don't know what I'm talking about, but this is the complaints I get from teachers. I get a lot of them. I think we need a study session. I don't think we need to rush through this tonight. I think we need to have a special call meeting, maybe Monday of next week, to sit down and study this and invite the task force to come so we can have interaction with them. I mean, all we get is a written piece of paper here and just a presentation from Mr. Costello. I'd like to hear their thinking and their reasoning. I think Dr. Kidney helped me tonight, trying to understand a little bit where they're coming from. So I would propose that before we rush into adopting their recommendations, I'd like to have a dialogue with them about what they're thinking and why they're thinking it. It's sort of an informal exchange of ideas, more of a work session than a formal board meeting. And I know next week is Thanksgiving. And I think if we met on that traditional Tuesday night, that's going to penalize some people because they're going to go on trips and whatever. So I would suggest Monday night if that's a possibility. I'll make that as a motion, Mr. Smith.
I have an amendment to that motion.
Well, let me make it first.
Go for it.
I move that we have a special call meeting for the purposes of studying the COVID-19 implications on our scheduling and invite it to be a joint meeting with the advisory, back-to-school advisory committee. And I would propose Monday night if that's satisfactory. That's my motion.
I second that motion with an amendment. I amend that motion with, we make that meeting as soon as possible. I think that we have wasted enough time with our children's educations and people's lives. And I think that meeting needs to come before Monday. I say, today is what, Tuesday? Thursday or Friday if possible.
Somebody want a second amendment? Let's
Well,
vote on the amendment.
we need a specific amendment. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
We need to be specific.
I'll restate the motion. Dr. Bradley, Tuesday, we recommend, or we make the motion that we have a special call meeting on Thursday of this week. Please, somebody tell me the date. In order to discuss and meet with any members of the advisory council that are available.
You said 19th, yeah.
Thursday the 19th at 6 or 7 p.m. 6 p.m.
I would like to ask that it be on Friday because there's a school function at Wagner Sally on Thursday night for seniors that I'd like to go to if possible.
Playoff football.
It's not gonna be a good time for me, sorry. I'm on the committee, and I think, this might be the only time that our committee has actually agreed, mostly me. The problem the way they convinced me for next week to be virtual is that I was told that it was very probable that we would not be able to have adequate supervision for our children in school. So I feel like this meeting needs to happen. If I'm okay with meeting with all of you, but you have a conflict on Thursday, there's playoff football in North Myrtle Beach for me on Friday. So if we could do it virtually, I mean, I do most of our calls in the car anyway. I think that next week is like the biggest priority for our task force.
Telling the teachers Friday that we have to go virtual the next week is not, that's not okay.
Okay, let me restate. Okay, just a second, everybody. I make a motion that we have a special call meeting in order to discuss the COVID-19 issues with the advisory council, if possible, who all can be in attendance, on tomorrow, Wednesday, November the 18th at 6 p.m.
Mr. Chair.
For your information.
So, Mr. Chair, that would be an amendment to, so as part of the discussion of Dr. Bradley's motion and Ms. Reinhardt Jackson's second, that's a proposed amendment. So that amendment to change it from Monday to Wednesday would require a second and then a vote, and then you get back to the main motion.
All right. So now we need a second.
Just point of information, the next agenda item is from Mr. Lawrence to go remote learning next week. And so we have another agenda item to consider going remote learning next week. I'm not trying to make this more difficult, I'm just saying you could decouple the two.
The intent of my motion was not to involve that.
Yeah.
I assume we would act on that tonight, but I'm talking about the recommendations from the advisory committee, although that is one of the recommendations that they made. I just said in
If I
the
may
motion,
jump
I'd
in,
like to.
Dr. Bradley, I believe what you're asking is for us to talk about more long-range planning instead of next week.
Right.
And we can differentiate that as far as the motion. Anybody got anything else?
Just one quick thing.
Wait a minute.
I tell you what, why don't I just withdraw, if you withdraw your second, I'll withdraw my motion and then we can start over.
Might be cleaner.
I withdraw my second.
And I'll withdraw my motion. Jackie, you straighten us out, we get this too screwed.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that we have a special call meeting tomorrow evening to discuss long-range planning and how we're going to respond to the recommendations of the advisory committee.
Second.
And try to develop a path forward in terms of dealing with the COVID virus, in terms of schedule and school.
All right, Mr.
Just also a point with Mr. Nessel. I know the next discussion, and we're not talking about that yet, and that's okay. The next agenda item is the remote learning, and I just want to make the case. We're probably going to agree to remote learning next week. And so it really doesn't tie in here. The only thing I heard back there in the back is I've already heard that we're asking teachers to put together remote packages for next week. So we need to keep that in mind as well. If we approve that tonight and they work all the way through Friday, when are they going to put together their remote packages for 4 days worth of learning? So, but that'll come up next. I just wanted to make the point now. Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor? Wait a minute, got somebody else?
Nope.
Sorry, I missed it.
Will that comply with the public notice requirement? Will it be tomorrow night?
It won't.
It will not.
24 hours.
So the meeting would have to be 7:45.
7:45.
Okay, anyone else? favor?
Okay.
All right, let's get to it.
Well, I'm asking if there's any more discussion.
So we do have, so we're okay with 24-hour notice with the tomorrow at 6?
Yeah.
Not at 6.
No, not 6, it's 7:45.
Okay.
I would like to.
One more.
I would like to make a comment. I realize now that it would be 7:45, before we would be able to meet. And, I'd like to be a part of it, but if it would keep everybody from having to be late, I'm okay with y'all having it Thursday and I can just come in a little late,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you.
if that would work better for everybody.
Do we need to change that motion? To Thursday. Well, who, change it, that's right.
I can't amend my own motion. I'll amend my motion to Thursday.
Okay. So I'm being told that we can declare that motion out of order,
All right.
stay legal, and then you can make a new one.
Good. I'll move that we have the meeting of the board and the advisory council on Thursday, preferably at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. And the purpose of the meeting is to discuss long-range planning for coping with the COVID virus and considering the recommendations by the advisory council and any related topics. And this motion excludes consideration of the remaining 2 items on the agenda that deal with COVID.
Second.
I'm sorry, some of us on the committee can't meet Thursday.
That's okay.
Really?
Everyone doesn't have to be there, as long as we got a majority.
We would like to have a dialogue with you, and I
Yeah.
realize that at the last minute, it's not fair, but we need to talk about it whether y'all are here or not.
Well, why don't y'all listen to them?
Why, yeah,
Excuse me,
exactly.
but get out of order.
Listening,
Get out of
just
order.
listening voice.
You're out of order.
We're getting out of order.
Yes.
Now, we have a motion, we have a second, now it's time to vote. All in favor? Okay.
Can we please have silence in the audience and allow these folks to work? Thank you.
I think we have to close.
Call for the votes. Yeah. No, we hadn't called for it yet.
I think Cam proposed it.
Call for the.
All opposed?
There you go.
7-1.
I have one comment to make, Mr. Beth.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
I was the person who suggested that we have an advisory committee to review the data and make recommendations to the board. 2 key words, advisory and recommendations. We did not empower the committee to make decisions. That is the board's responsibility, and I think it would be a dereliction of duty to shuffle that off on anybody else. This is just a point of clarification. That's not to say that we don't pay attention to what they say, that we appreciate the work that they do. I've communicated with several on numerous occasions, just so that people understand the process that we're trying to follow. That doesn't mean that we're gonna do what they say, but it does mean that we will listen to them.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I just need to know if what additional information or documentation the board is requesting of me and my staff for Thursday night.
I think the most current number, I'm speaking for me only, I think the most current numbers we have right now available would be, one thing, and somebody else may think something.
I just have one set of numbers that tell the story. You know, how many cases we've had each week, total, and what number represents the population that was drawn from, so that we can look at least what's happening within the student population. Now, I know that does not address the public health issues and concerns that Dr. Tiffany spoke to, but it certainly tells us what's going on in the school as far as the student population is concerned. It It doesn't tell us who's taking it home to grandma, but it does tell us how many kids are getting sick and how many teachers are getting sick. It also tells us how many people get quarantined and where they get quarantined. My personal philosophy about this is we're gonna have to come to a school-by-school consideration and do different things at different schools. So, you know, data that would point to that might be beneficial.
I'm getting ready to get kicked out, so on my way, I'm gonna talk real quick and say, how about the lack of training and tons of substitutes that we should have known about
Thank you.
ahead of this time?
Thank you,
And having
officer.
boards backed up, ready to take
Officer.
care of our teachers. Think about the lack
We
of
will not have
subs
this.
and what we can do to train more.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go to the community and ask for help. I volunteer for free.
Mr. Smith, I have a comment. when
I
you're
have a
ready.
comment first, please. It's hard enough to sit up here and do this. Everybody's got opinions, as I said earlier, and all of us want what's right for our children, and we certainly want to protect grandma and grandpa, because I am grandpa. But we all can't go at it because we disagree and just start blating out. This is our job. This is why we were voted here. And that's what we're trying to do. Just because one person thinks something's right doesn't mean the other person thinks something's right. And we need to look at that and appreciate one another's perspective. I'm done.
Okay. First of all, I want to say, I want to apologize to everybody. I just kind of think everybody needs to kind of take a breath, let's refocus, and get back to why we're here, which is our children and their education. So I'm going to take the time to apologize to every student, teacher, parent, grandparent, volunteer, and substitute within our district. We need to refocus and get back to what's important. And with that being said, I'm also going to apologize, because in good heart, within my heart and my mind, I should not have just voted for the meeting on Thursday. And I'm going to tell you why. Yes, sir? Because we are here now. This is something that takes priority and needs to be settled as soon as it is possibly able. And if it takes us all night because that is our job and that's what we got elected to do, then we need to sit here and get it done. And, we might not have the next priority, because this applies to you. You all need to let us do it effectively, in a good manner, and quietly, so that we can effectively hear what we need to hear, get the answers that we need to get in order to do what's best for your children, for you as a teacher, for you as a staff member. I'm asking that of you, so I apologize. I've already voted, it's there, but I am going to make a motion that we retract the special meeting that we just scheduled, cancel that, and go ahead and talk about what is pertinent tonight, right now. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor? Wait a minute, excuse me.
So that would be a motion to reconsider?
Yes.
I think that's in order.
All right. All those in favor of,
Are we saying, Dr. Bradley was asking for more time?
Yes.
Because he needs to digest the numbers, so the task team is going to be willing to stay and we can discuss as long as we need, so we're comfortable with what's being presented before we can make a decision? Is that what we're saying?
Yes. Are you all willing, task team, like, is what she's asking?
Willing to stay?
If I can make
Thank you.
one comment, it'll be really short. I feel like the two items on the, not that it matters, two items on the agenda were put in the wrong order.
I agree.
feel like you should have addressed Mr. Lawrence's agenda item, because it's pertaining to exactly the 3 days next week, and then ours was a more generalized, longer term. So I feel like if you could have flip-flopped those, my phone would be blowing up.
Yeah, just as a point of clarification, the agenda is published on Friday afternoon, so I did not know what the recommendation of the committee was going to be.
I think that's just where the confusion of people could just have patience.
So you're asking us if we'll stay, is that what, I just need clarity on
Yes,
that.
please.
Yes.
And can we get other committee members that played a role in this on a phone? Can we do it somehow?
That's fine with me, Mr.
I
Chair.
guess Mr. Postel, I didn't hear what he said.
He said, is it all right if he gets other committee members on the phone so that if they have something to weigh in, that they can?
I don't have a problem with that. Does any other board members have a problem with that?
No.
Mr. Smith?
Sir.
The reason I made a motion for a special call meeting was because I wanted to be more formal. I wanted to be in the mode of a study session where we could have give and take and talk back and forth. If we're proposing to do that tonight, I don't have a problem. But I want to do this in a format where we can hear from not the public, but the advisory committee and ask them questions and have a give and take. That's the reason I thought it would take a special call meeting, but if we want to change the rules of board meetings and allow that tonight, that's fine with me.
Are we changing rules of board meeting, Kathy, if we do that? If we have to talk now while the committee is present in order for us to have a dialogue?
It's on the agenda.
Okay.
All right, all in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All opposed? Unanimous.
Thank
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Back in discussion.
Right.
Anybody?
Well, let's go ahead and deal with these other two and then come back.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask. Is it possible for us to go ahead and address the other two issues and then we, talk to the, advisory committee after that? Mr. Chair and Keating and Gap.
We don't, it's an agenda item. We don't have a motion on it, but we do have an agenda item there, so. I believe that we could table that discussion until the other business is concluded.
I move that we table the item until the other business is.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Okay. All right, number two, remote learning. Remote learning days were approved by the State Department of Education as part of the back-to-school plan in August 2020, and also as part of an annual calendar submission. Our hybrid model includes 2 face-to-face learning days and 3 remote learning days, or the 2 designated cohort groups.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, as Mr. Postel mentioned, we have some substitute concerns. Our substitutes pool has deteriorated month to month, as he showed on his chart. We've now had some days they're close to 60% fill. And some of that is due to illnesses in our sub pools. Some of it is fear of exposure. Some of it is the fact that many of our subs are in high-risk categories. Many of them are retired teachers. I mean, our sub pool tends to have a number of high-risk individuals in it. So that has resulted in a reduced sub pool for one thing, but then those who are in the pool are a little more apprehensive about accepting jobs. Some have just gotten other jobs as well. We often have sub shortages this time of year. I mean, November and December are our weakest sub months. As you saw, we were at 88% last year, but it was nothing like it is now. These numbers are significantly lower. Normally, we have a lot of tools in our toolbox. I mean, we can do things if we don't have a sub, like doubling classes. We can take a class and divide it in 4 parts and distribute those students to other classes in the same grade level. We can combine classes in larger spaces. There are all kinds of things that we can do under normal circumstances. So, you know, when we have that, 92, 94% fill rate, that means we've got some classes that aren't covered. But we have the ability to take care of those within the school, typically, if when those kinds of things happen. at 60% filled, and the inability to do some of those other things, with holiday travel coming up next week, with a number of people who often, you know, I don't know, sometimes people just forget that they're planning to do holiday travel and call in at the last minute. So we tend, the week of Thanksgiving, to have a high number of call-ins and a high number of planned leave days. So I just think it's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to ensure that all classes are covered. And that's the reason for my recommendation tonight, and I ask that you consider that we make the days, the 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, November 23rd through the 25th, before Thanksgiving, as remote learning days.
Mr. Lawrence, please explain for the people at home exactly what you mean by remote, because a lot of parents get it twisted.
Right, so remote learning days are not the same as virtual learning days. Our virtual students are in Aiken Innovate, which is a prescribed, dedicated, daily, online instructional model that students are committed to for at least a semester. Most of our students who have committed to it for the whole year. High school students go through a program that we franchise with Virtual SC, which is South Carolina's virtual school program. Middle and elementary school, we have developed our own program to do that. So that is a separate program. When I say remote, I mean something similar to our hybrid model, in which we have the 2 days that students are face-to-face with their teacher, and then 3 days each week, which is remote, where either teachers have online virtual lessons for students where that's a possibility, and where that's not a possibility, it's assignments that could be paper and pencil assignments, could be textbook assignments, could be research assignments. There's a wide variety of options that teachers have available to them for those remote learning days, but it's not the same as virtual.
Okay, I heard you say that teachers have the option of whether that those remote learning can either be a virtual assignment or technically a packet assignment, where most parents know. Can we just vote on or consider one or the other? And the reason I say that, because we have 3,998, Dr. Murphy, is it? 88. 3,988 students without computers. Just to keep it across board and to keep everybody on the same page, can it be a packet? And I'm gonna apologize for the teachers if you don't agree with that, but we need to be consistent. And we all need to be on the same page.
My only thought there is that a large number of our students, and a large even within classrooms where you have a mix of students who have access to technology and students who don't have access to technology at home, teachers had gotten very comfortable with the ability to I won't say multitask, but multi-deliver.
Okay.
Because we use Schoology as our learning management system, so all students have access to that. And so, at least at school and where they have access to technology.
Okay.
So most of the information, most of the materials and things that teachers would be developing would be included in Schoology. So that would take a little pressure off of teachers if those students who had access to it had the ability to pull it straight from Schoology, while those who didn't have access to it, the teacher could create that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is the teachers have the ability to pull the assignment off of Schoology in order to administer to the students who already have the technology in place.
But it's what they put into Schoology.
What
not
they
something
put into
pull off.
Schoology. Okay, so what they give in a packet, they're able to give to the virtual in Schoology as well.
Right.
The same assignment is what I'm basically saying.
Yeah, it would be essentially the same thing.
Okay,
It
not a
just-
problem.
It was just one piece would maybe paper and pencil.
Okay.
One piece might be virtual, but it would be the same assignment.
Okay, just so we did, that's all I wanted to just make sure it's the same assignment.
But I've mentioned to principals today and to EDs and others that, I encourage them, especially on a short notice kind of situation, I know that was brought up earlier, that we should take advantage of our textbooks. I mean, we have textbooks adopted for all of our courses. That's something that would not require, running off copies and developing packets and those kinds of things if teachers take advantage of the resources that are already static and ready for them.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm not telling teachers they have to do that, but I'm suggesting that would be a good method for a short 3-day remote session.
You're basically just saying leave it to the teacher.
Well, it needs to be left to the teacher simply because,
I agree.
it's gonna be, I would expect those 3 days to be a continuation of what we're doing this week. So, where you leave off Friday, it shouldn't be something that is in isolation for those 3 days. Next week should be a continuation of this week.
Mr. Nussels.
So I want to make sure I understand, Mr. Lawrence, you're recommending this because as we sit here today, you know you're going to have unsupervised classrooms next week if we don't? Is that what I heard from someone else?
That's what I believe.
That's what you believe?
I believe it too.
Okay. So
But I will tell you that we would not have unsupervised classrooms. I might be in a classroom, but we would not have unsupervised classrooms. But I'm saying that it would be a very, very disruptive situation next week.
Mm-hmm. And just, this is not particularly helpful, but since we've already established how the remote learning is basically going to occur, when exactly are folks going to put all that together so they can give that to students on Friday?
Well, in my way of thinking, one of the good things about having it be on the agenda as of Friday is the teachers and principals have already started talking about it in anticipation of the board making the decision tonight. So I know that much of that, if not actually underway, is at least being discussed in schools. I visited 3 schools this morning, and that was going on. Depending on how complicated we want to create something, I don't, I don't want to, I don't want to say something that's going to upset our teachers, but in my mind, teachers are planning ahead all the time. Teachers know what the expectations for next week and the following week are going to be. So it's just a matter of packaging that in a way and hopefully using resources that already exist so that so this week's instruction can continue into next week. So, it's going to be something that some teachers already have done right now and will be able to have it ready to send home on Friday. Others will be working on it until Friday at 2 o'clock.
Just, I don't have another question, but just the other thing I'd ask for, okay, I don't have any other questions.
Anyone else have a question?
Just got a quick
Mr.
question.
Bolton.
I think I was the one that asked the question earlier before we got to this agenda item. I've heard from a number of folks, and Mr. Lawrence, you're correct. There are some teachers and administrators that have already planned for this, and they're somewhat prepared. There are probably a higher number that are not prepared. Just a very informal input from about, I don't know, it's probably, I can only count 4 people. But that said, I think, probably the worst thing we did when we went from the hybrid to the full-time attendance was not giving teachers enough time to prepare. And that was the one, we were looked at doing it the following week, and then we looked at doing it 2 weeks from that day. I'm fully in support of this motion. I'm fully in support of remote learning next week. I don't want to confuse that. I just think anything we can do to help these teachers, and you've probably got a better idea than I do, anything we do to help them prepare so that they're not working all night Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday to to try to put something, well, they can't do that because they've got to give it to the students on Friday. So they'd be working all night tonight, tomorrow night, and Thursday, or and so just any way, any suggestion that you and the district might have to make it easier for the teachers to prepare, that's all.
Yeah, we're gonna provide, whatever support we can, and we're meeting with principals in the morning to, discuss that very topic. And one thing just to clarify, remote learning is for students. So all staff, all employees would be expected to report, for normal work days on those 3 days. So remote learning is student remote learning.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
In reference to the teachers that you just mentioned, I did get a few asks. Is there any consideration, because it is last minute, teachers who have students have no backup plans. If they're in school teaching students remotely, their kids are now without supervision or anywhere to go. Do they have an option, or will that be an option, that they can possibly work from home?
I don't see it as an option to work from home, but I know our principals have done a great job of working with all of their staff members to make accommodation for that.
Any other questions? How to vote?
With that, I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, we know.
I don't think we have an ideal situation either way. However, I think we got to consider the worst of the two evils. So with that, I'd move to accept the district's recommendation to move to remote learning for the weeks identified. I think it's next week, right? Or next week, 3 days prior to Thanksgiving break.
I second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Personnel appointments. I don't need to read all these. We're familiar with them. How about, let's move on. Personnel appointments.
I move we accept the administration's recommendation for personnel appointment.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous. Out-of-district transfer requests.
Move we accept the administration's recommendation for out-of-district transfer.
All right.
Second. Ms. Hank, second. Okay, all in favor? Unanimous. Okay, request for approval, for home instruction. Mr. White, have a motion on that.
Move we accept the administration's recommendation on in-home school.
Second, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor? Unanimous. Change of policy BDG, Board Attorney Legal Services, final reading on that.
I'll keep it going.
Here we go.
I recommend we accept the proposed changes to the policy. DCT.
All in favor?
Keep it moving.
Patrice. Patrice.
I second it.
Okay, yeah, what was our vote? In favor?
Somebody was in favor?
Okay, unanimous. Changes to administrative rules, GCK-R, professional staff assignments and transfers. We need a motion. I move that we accept the administration's recommendation.
I second.
All in favor? Unanimous. Revised file IHBGE, annual application for at-home instruction.
I'll make a motion that we accept it.
Second? All in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Consolidated School District of Aiken County, individual board members. I believe Mr. Moulton is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was just, I've had some discussions with a number of administrators and teachers, as well as Mr. Lawrence, regarding the planning periods in the elementary schools. They're a little different from the high schools. The high schools get a little more planning time overall. And it's probably not going to be a big issue at this point, depending on what we decide with the COVID going forward, as far as whether we go hybrid or whatever. It may not turn out to be an issue. However, what's been happening is elementary teachers have been having to do their planning periods outside of their classrooms. And that's very difficult for a lot of teachers. They have all their materials, all their information, everything is in their classrooms. They can't just take their laptop and go outside the classroom and do their planning many times. Sometimes they can, and sometimes they can't. And so they end up working extra hours to get that done. And I was just basically putting it out here for us to think about, is there a solution to this? If we stay or go back to a 5-day week, is there a way to move specials out of the teachers' classrooms? And I think the answer, Mr. Lawrence, I can speak to, after talking with you, I think, the concern is trying to maintain contact tracing and not move the students around. And so that's something that has to be considered to make this happen. So I'm just kind of bringing it up, seeing if it doesn't have to be solved tonight. I just want to make an agenda item so we look at it and discuss it for the future. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify and just explain the reasoning a little bit. We know, for instance, you mentioned middle and high school. We know we can't maintain those cohorts in middle and high school because they have, the nature of middle and high school is they have to change classes. So, but we do have some things that we can mitigate. So in middle and high school, for instance, we don't allow students to use their lockers because that's an opportunity for them to congregate and be in close contact for longer periods of time. So any place that we see an opportunity that we can mitigate close contact and potential spread, we do it. And that's kind of what elementary homerooms are. It's a place where we have the ability to do it, so we do. And places where we don't have the ability to do it, we try to mitigate in other ways. But that's the logic behind that.
Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Ms. Reinhardt Jackson, you up.
Oh boy, here we go. First of all, I want to say thank you for allowing me to address the board and the public. Ironically, my topic is COVID concerns. And I'm going to allow, if possible, Mr. Chair, you have to tell me, for the advisory committee to answer whatever questions. Maybe we can start that conversation that we had, but I'm going to make a statement first. I want to say that I've sat on this board since December of last year. I've listened, I've learned a lot. I have had to make snap decisions even when I didn't want to make snap decisions, and I've had to hope and pray that they were the right decisions, especially in March when COVID came upon us. And I would just hope and pray that all of us at some point has really sat back and thought about all of the decisions that we've had to make as a board when it came to COVID. I appreciate Mr. Moulton tonight for addressing the fact that when the advisory committee made their initial recommendation as not to move forward with opening schools, the rest of the board did not adhere to that. So thank you for that, because it takes a lot to admit when you're wrong. And I appreciate that. That's a good sign of good leaders, people, when they admit when they're wrong. But I would, I'm sorry, I'm addressing Mr. Moulton.
I understand.
Okay.
Clear that up.
All right, well, Mr. Moulton did at least. And I would hope that tonight, as we continue the discussion, about COVID, that we really, take the time, and I mean like right now, tonight, because we cannot go on stretching out decisions pertaining to our children's educations any longer, any more moments, any more seconds. We've got to do the best that we can, Dr. Bradley, in the moment, which is this moment, and act. Nobody knows what COVID is gonna be tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after that. We can only make educated decisions based on recommendations and data that we receive, but those things need to be now. We cannot continue to prolong anything related to COVID when it comes to our kids. It is a fact that we cannot properly social distance in the middle schools and the high schools. That's not a secret, it's not a rumor, it's a fact. And if the quarantine numbers, as Dr. Tiffany says, are doing nothing but escalating, and if all we have to do is take a step back and just think about for a moment and move forward, then let's take a step back. Our children are looking to us right now as the examples of our future and what their future is gonna look like. And we need to be the ones to say, you know what, we might have not always got it right every time, but we did the very best that we could with what we had in that moment, period. And I'm begging the rest of you, just take a couple moments, think about some things, and let's make some sound decisions for our kids. I'm gonna make one more statement, then I'm gonna let Dr. Bradley or whomever get the information they need from the advisory committee. I read something today, and it just hit home, and I thought to myself, this is something that we need to adhere to, or at least think about. We tend to forget that baby steps still move you forward. Baby steps still move you forward. We might not be taking gigantic leaps, but we can take baby steps to still get our kids to where they need to be. And I'm gonna end with that, and hope that we can have a very good discussion with the advisory council and ourselves.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Sorry.
If I could make a comment, I appreciate those comments, Ms. Jackson, and I just want to say, you know, I've been giving a lot of thought to this too, and I know the whole board has. This is something that none of us take lightly, and I've said this before, I know a lot of us have spent sleepless nights worried about the decisions that we're going to make. All of us care about the students and the teachers and the community, and I just urge all of you, as well as us, to remember that there's no perfect answers. There's no complete right answer. You know, as she said, we just have to do the best we can with the information that we have. And we have to take a lot of things into consideration. You know, we have to not only look at the safety and health aspect, which is a priority, but we also have to look at the education of these students and, you know, look at what we're doing and how we're doing it with the remote and the hybrid and the virtual. You know, everybody is doing the best they can with it, but we have to look at the overall picture, and we have to also look at what we're doing to our kids emotionally and socially. So there's a lot of pieces that we have to put together and we have to look at. And so all I ask is that everybody just, you know, work with us and understand that, just like you, we're navigating through this the best we can. This is an unprecedented time, and we all want to make the sound decisions and the best decisions we can. So understand that even though all of us are not always going to agree on how we come about that, we're still doing the best we can. And regardless of what decisions we make, as you said, we can take baby steps and start looking, okay, if what we're trying is not working, then we can look back at it again. We're not saying whatever it is, that it's got to stay that way. So I guess all I'm saying is let's have a little grace, a little patience, and work together for the good of our students and our community and our teachers.
Thank you. Well said. What was that? Okay. I'm being told that the COVID-19 report that was tabled earlier, we have to go back and bring it off the table at this time so we can move on with our next portion of what we've got planned. So I don't know who.
I
second.
motion to table, so I'll make the motion to reconsider the, item that was tabled.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Do we have, what else we have here? Superintendent's update, correspondence addressed to board members. Anybody got anything? Reports from board liaison to various committees. Is any reports due tonight? No? Okay. Superintendent's update.
I'm sorry, hold on. Are we not?
We're back on the other.
Let's go ahead and do it. When
Right.
we're done table, then we'll do that.
Are we not gonna have the discussion we did last
Yeah.
week?
Yeah,
Oh,
I was trying to clear the agenda. so
Okay,
we could,
okay.
Excuse me?
I said you can do it either way, I think.
Office superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't have anything other than to welcome Dr. Patricia Hanks to the board. It's so nice to have you with us. I've had the opportunity to visit with her just a little bit and look forward to getting to know you better and working with you on this board. So thank you for being with us. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, and that pretty much clears out the agenda. I would like for us to clarify for everyone involved what our goal is from this point on as we meet with the committee. So, anyone want to open up dialogue?
I do. I guess my thoughts to the committee or my question to the committee are really about the schedule that was presented to us as far as the remote learning week, the hybrid learning week. I would like to know what led to that mindset directly, if possible. Because my concern is, yet again, parents and childcare. And I understand we're looking at COVID, positive cases. I understand we're looking at quarantine, cases. But the recommendation that they have here, Mr. Smith, I'm concerned about, I don't wanna say sporadic. Sporadic's the wrong word. But they're recommending that we close school to go to hybrid or remote for, what, 2 weeks, I think I say here, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm just concerned about, if Dr. Tiffany and the advisory council really feel that we need to close school down on the remote weeks as opposed to going hybrid. Because children, we still need to be able to educate our kids, and we still have to think about parents. And just because we're closing down doesn't mean the jobs are closing down. So that was my thinking, or that's what I would like. Somebody else might have something else for the advisory committee.
And I appreciate that very much, because that's some good insights, and I too am interested in the same thing you are there. I was looking at more, are we looking, we talked about earlier, someone was saying that we might look at shutting down individual schools. Is that gonna be part of of our agenda.
That's
as
something we
well.
can add advisory?
Mr. Smith, I think you had asked maybe what our goal should be, and for me, I think our goal after this discussion would be that, what I would hope is that we come out of this discussion with a plan
Correct.
for attending school at least between the week after Thanksgiving and the Christmas break.
Right.
I know their recommendation carried it a little further, but for me, at least a minimum of that time, we should come out of discussion with a plan on attendance, so we can all know where we're going.
Yeah, that should be the output.
And I agree, but we also had mentioned about individual schools. We have some schools that don't have any cases, and not keeping those kids out. Is that gonna be part of our discussion, or is that gonna come later?
It can be.
That's part of it. Okay.
Yes, the numbers supported.
Just wanna bring that up and make sure that's still on the table. I also would like, excuse me, got something? I also would like to ask that the committee members come up here so we can hear you a little better and get a little more face-to-face as we go about things.
Bring cheers.
I know it's getting a little bit long, but hopefully we can all come out of this, because I know you guys have worked. As I was saying, I know many of you, come on up real close, long we got that 6 feet, okay? And you need to keep your 6 feet. I know you've worked very hard, and I know there's a lot of feelings in this, just as there is up here with the board. And I would like to, and.
On the business.
You know what being here.
Yeah. Right.
I know that you guys have worked hard, and I know that you have feelings about this. I am, as the board chairman for this night and one more, I am gonna say this to you. We appreciate you very, very much. Your charge is to give us information as to what you recommend we do with our students in our schools. And that's what we want you to do. Our charge is, and I think this is some dialogue that probably should have been done many, many months ago. Our charge is to do, and yours is to do what's best for all involved in our educational system. Number one, we want our kids back in school as soon as we can, under as safe a condition as we can. Right now, the recommendation is coming from this is my feeling only, the recommendation is coming from the committee to us doesn't warrant shutting down because of the numbers. I understand, Dr. Tiffany, and I appreciate where you're coming from about grandma and so forth, because I'm grandpa with 3 kids living with me, and I have many medical problems, and I appreciate that. But I also know my grandchildren have got to be educated. In an ideal world, virtual learning would be great. But virtual learning is not working for every child. It's only working for a small percentage of children. And we need you to keep that in mind as you go about your decision. We have to answer to not only the kids, and that's my number one thing. And when I can't keep my kids number one, I'm out of here. And not trying to say, but that's what our focus is. It's not, we want our teachers to be safe, we want our staff to be safe, and we don't want to get down to community. But in my opinion, what's coming from the committee is not matching what the numbers are telling us, and that's why I'm having problems with it. So that's my little thing I want to say, not to admonish anybody, no, by no means, but I also want you to understand, this is huge. We've got kids that went from March to May with hardly any learning. We had 8 students dropping down to D and F on the verse. I've got teachers texting me tonight saying, I can't teach a first grader to read if he's not in my class. And those are the things that we're up against, and those are the things we need you to understand and help us. Don't hunt reasons why we can't, hunt reasons to help us get our kids, because our charge is to make sure they're educated. I'm done. Anyone else?
I have a question. I'm looking at your recommendation schedule, and anybody who would like to address it, please. I want to understand why remote learning for several weeks as opposed to hybrid learning. And I believe it's the weeks after we come back for holidays. And I understand that people are traveling and, you know, they're going to be with family. But if we go back to the cohorts, hybrid, would that not be sufficient enough that you all feel to at least remain in school?
Can I comment as a
She, I'm sorry, she was first, she was.
I would really like to comment first, if that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
So,
Would you mind coming up?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, everybody at home would like to hear.
So I think when Dr. Tiffany spoke earlier, he really did hit the nail on the head about talking about the diverse group that we are, because I would say that Dr. Tiffany and I are the bookends. He's here, I'm here. Most of you know that I've been pushing a long time to have my children back in school 5 days a week, because I truly believe that's the only place they're going to learn adequately. But in the recommendation this week truly was the first time we compromised. Because you were talking about you're getting emails over here and emails over here. Well, that's where we are. And this is the first time, and you can jump in if I'm speaking out of place, but we came together and everyone, I feel like, left the meeting last night feeling maybe not 100%, but equally okay with the recommendations. I know that I have not been okay with the previous recommendations, so for me, this is the most comfortable I've left with the recommendation. And to then touch on the virtual to the hybrid, at the beginning, we talked about, before school started, we talked about how we could jump from here to here. It would not be ideal, but they were in place to be able to jump here to here to here. Everybody in the world is having to be flexible right now. So, sorry. We were all really in agreement, and you voted on that for next week to be remote. And that was strictly for me, okay, because I don't want my child in the classroom with just someone being there. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, now to hit on the point of virtual, the week when we come back, that was the global health or community health aspect of the committee, that if we are gone for that week, that gives people the time that they're gonna travel, whether they should be or not, to come home. Possibly symptoms show up, but it gives you a good cushion of 7 days to determine whether or not maybe you pick something up while you're away. But if we immediately go back, there will be half to hybrid, then we have half of the school on Monday coming right back in. They might have got home Sunday night late, chalked it up to being tired after traveling, and now they're in school, and now we've got 500 kids quarantined for 2 people. So that's where the hybrid part, or the virtual came. And then the hybrid, instead of just going straight virtual all the way till New Year, we've got our kids in front of their teachers, you know, get them revved up to, you know, do a few things for those 2 weeks so they're not a complete wash. And I have heard from teachers and parents. Parents want to be in 5 days, I'm sure just like you. So I kind of take the stock in what I'm hearing from my teachers at my schools, a little bit higher than just the generalization. I too don't believe the number, we all look at the same numbers, but the numbers don't scare me. I think we're doing great. We knew when we went back 5 days a week, our numbers would probably double, and that's almost exactly what they did. I think the quarantine is insane, and I'm trying to still figure out, I haven't had a chance to sit down with Ms. Mazzell. I asked her lots of questions, but to actually understand how people are being quarantined, I think I still need to learn about that, but hope that maybe touched on the thing. And then again, after Christmas, and we were just going out. We like to do things far in advance, so that it gives us something to work on each meeting, so we're not just kind of
having to start from scratch in community health. So obviously, January, February, long way out, but we thought if we have something in place, it gives us something to work on. Thank you.
Dr. Bradley, thank you.
The problem I have with the recommendation that you made is it's back and forth, back and forth. And over 65% of our parents, our kids are over in poverty. And most of the families in Aiken County are working families. And trying to arrange childcare on a hit-and-miss basis is extremely difficult, particularly for people who don't have great incomes. And so what we got here is they gotta make childcare arrangements every day a week for 2 weeks, and then we have to go to 3 days a week, and then we go back to every day, and then we go back to 3 days. I mean, I just prefer to just do something, the same thing for all the weeks if we're gonna go that route, just because I think that we really create problems when we yo-yo the parents, because I feel like a lot of the children end up with no adequate supervision, or minimal supervision. And believe me, the child care they get, you worry about us spreading the virus. I mean, I got a number of emails where the parents tell me, I take my child to child care, and they don't wear masks there, and it's 25 in the room, and there's no social distancing and everything. So when they're not in school, oftentimes they're in situations that are a lot worse than school. I mean, I can't be responsible for what they do in child care like I am with schools, but the point is.
But child care is a different level of transmission. There was not transmission very much of COVID in a child care center all summer long throughout the United States, very little. Middle school, high school, there is transmission.
Well, by child care, I mean whatever arrangement the parent has for supervision. But again, if we're gonna put kids in a group, a large group, 25, without adequate protections of social distancing, masks, and that sort of thing, and they're gonna go home and see grandma too and spread it. I mean, two wrongs don't make a right, I realize that, but I have a real concern too. I am not, the thing that motivates me to push to keep children in school is that I firmly believe, as was pointed out earlier, the only way we can effectively educate children, given our current state of curriculum development in technology, is in a face-to-face classroom, 5 days a week. We're doing a great job at hybrid, with virtual, but we started off with no real experience and no real curriculum. Our people work very hard, and the states work very hard, and we've come up with some good stuff. My idea of virtual is we ought to put a camera in every classroom that can connect with the home, and that the kids that can't come to school sit in their home and participate in the class that's going on in the public school. That's my idea of what virtual ought to be.
Dr. Bradley, that is also my idea, but that is far from reality.
I understand it.
Our high school kids are there 2 days a week, and I have one that's in the 9th grade. In all honors classes, we are given busy work, hours and hours upon hours of busy work. And I've talked with staff, but you get all of this busy work, but she's had no instruction. So she has to find her own instruction, and she's a straight A student, she's a great student, and she has put in so many hours and showed so much perseverance through this and has maintained all A's with an extreme amount of work, and it's just not doing it. It's not what we need. And I've said the whole time I've never understood, and I know that there are some kids that do not have access to the internet, and you want everybody to have the same opportunity, but at some point, that's exactly what I said. I thought whenever we initially went into hybrid that we would be doing those 2 days in the classroom, and the 2 days that we were not there, she would be watching her teachers via the internet teach that, the same class, and they would be up to date, and then there would be homework. But now, 4 to 5 days a week, looked at hybrids, we have 7 to 8 hours of work. It's made for a miserable home life for the entire family. And she's very independent. I don't have to sit with her or help her do her work or email her teachers. She does all of that on her own, and chooses to do so. So I couldn't imagine having, and elementary kids. So if we did, I know that elementary kids seem to be a little safer in the schools if they were able to go, but we've got to have a better option for our middle and high school kids.
Well, I'm really concerned too about the elementary kids, not from a different perspective. I mean, when you consider how sequential learning is in the elementary grades, I mean, it's a building. If you don't get the first few blocks, then you're screwed for the rest of your life. I mean, you don't learn to read by the 4th, 5th grade, it's done.
That's right.
And I'm really worried that because of having to make these adjustments, we're gonna have a whole slew of kids that are not gonna be acquiring these basic skills that they need in order to build on for the rest of their educational career.
Right. And you have these high school kids that are going to school 2 days a week. And one of those days, they may have a test or a quiz for every class. So that means they're doing tests and quizzes one whole day, so they're getting 1 day of instruction. And I have a serious problem with that.
And we
And I
talked
have
about
voiced
that.
it and voiced it and voiced it.
And we talked about that, but at the other end of
Let's
the.
let her finish, then we'll recognize you. I think we got a priority here, you'll be after this lady.
And that's basically, I guess, my biggest concern. I'm concerned about all the kids, but I have a child in high school and we're living it every day. And I will say this, the last 2 weeks that we've been back at school, life has felt somewhat normal. Everything's been great.
Well, that's half of my emails saying that. The other half, of course, is saying something good.
Okay, Mr. Silas.
Let me take this on, not rattling up, I may be one of the safest people you could be around. But, this is a topic I've been all over the map on, seriously, and probably we all have, from early on, we need to be back in school 5 days, to, okay, we'll start school in a hybrid. That seems to be a good compromise and a smart way to go about it, to, and I'm only telling you this so you know I have a unique perspective. I spent 6 days in the hospital with it at the end of August. So after that experience, it was, wow, step back and take a close look at this thing. But then, I didn't want my personal experience to affect my considerations of all the other angles on this topic. I mean, it is a multifaceted, topic and decision that's being made, and many of fellow board members have expressed those different things to consider, and it is, and I want you to know that, as they've expressed that we appreciate all your work, and you may have thought that we weren't listening. We were, but, when we voted to go against your recommendation. But again, the input was valued. It's just that we had to consider all these other stakeholders, if you will, and variables and ideas, and because no matter what, we know that maybe the decision we make is not going to be the right one for a large part of the population, but nevertheless, we've got to make the right one for the students, right? And here we are today. I'm not ashamed of our decision to go back to 5 days. I'm really not. I don't think the infections rates that's been presented, Mr. Postel, represent a reason to be ashamed of that decision. I think we all know, as Dr. Bradley, said, that it's the rules we're operating under for
Quarantine.
Yeah, for the quarantine, sorry. It is affecting us here, and that's my only, my biggest consideration right now is what to do between now and, when we come back after even Christmas. Could it be, the best thing to do to go back to a hybrid situation that we knew was working in a lot of ways. It gave some instruction. At least teachers got to lay eyes on their students, particularly elementary, twice a week, and got a lot done from what I hear, with smaller class numbers. And not any discipline problems, and, you know, so a lot was done for those 2 days, albeit, I think 5 days is where we need to be, and maybe everybody agrees with that. But, you know, considering the pressure that it's putting on the whole system with the number of quarantines and the rules we're operating under, I think we should consider this adjustment that's been recommended. However, I agree. Ms. Jackson, I want to think about for a little longer, should we come back under the hybrid rather than just, I understand the reasoning, you know, with travel and whatnot and keep everybody home. But I just don't like the back and forth, and we've had so much of that. If there was a way to make it less complicated when we come back, and so I'll listen to other discussions. I'm still thinking about that.
This young lady, I apologize, I don't know your name, and I feel guilty.
I'll introduce myself. I know the people at home. I'm going to blow up too. Hi, I'm Rosalind Green, and I teach at LBC Middle School. And I want to start by saying that our committee has continuously talked about being proactive, not reactive. And that I hope the board values that as well, because that's what we're talking about. And when we make our recommendations, we want to be proactive, not reactive. And in the classroom, for all the years I've taught, I need to be proactive, not reactive. That's what they teach you. And I appreciate that you get tons of emails from parents, and I too, daily, am getting many emails from parents. I want to give you a look at what my classroom looks like now. Yesterday, my school sent 67 students home to quarantine, and 2 to 3 more today, 70, plus 30 some odd last week. And that's making my classroom look sparse. I have a list of 25 to 30 students that I have to contact to get work to, and it's a struggle for the teachers right now. So I understand that 5-day instruction is ideal. I agree with that. It's a lot easier for me to see my students 5 days a week than 2. But right now I'm not. And I'm seeing them sporadically, and it's a struggle. And the numbers are exponential. To send that many home in a day, my students are scared. They've been talking to me today, asking questions. My students are my #1 priority. And I deal with parents just like you deal with parents. I feel a little emotional about this tonight. I mean, we meet and we meet and we meet. I mean, my 4-year-old's going to bed right now without me, and I'm here because I care about my kids. And I care about my colleagues who are also texting me saying, please remind them about the quarantine numbers, that is really affecting our classrooms. That at 5-day instruction this week, we look like hybrid numbers because our kids are out. So the recommendation of our committee is not a recommendation that is taken lightly. I think I'm going to back up to when we recommended we stay hybrid. It was so that our parents would not have to flip-flop. I'm a parent as well, and I had childcare in place for the hybrid. We went back 5 days a week. That did make my life easier. I'm seeing the numbers now. If we do have to go back to hybrid, yes, we'll have to figure some things out. And so I completely agree that it's a lot easier to have some things that stay in place. So the next week, I know we were seeing that staffing is an issue. It's an issue at my school. So I'm speaking on that personally. And then our recommendation for staying virtual for the week after Thanksgiving, I'm going to again say this word proactive and not reactive, where we have to then, you're asking teachers, you're asking parents to react to numbers, and now we can be proactive with that and plan for that. I ask for my colleagues that you think about what it takes in planning lessons that are hybrid and remote. I know hybrid was not perfect, and we'll be the first ones to tell you that, because every day I ask myself, am I doing everything I can for my kids? And so then when we hear the public say, no, you're not, it hurts. So we're trying, and I know I'm the English department head at my school, and we meet often to talk about how can we make this better, how can we make this better. We've already met about how can we make hybrid better if we are to go to that. And so I promise you that teachers are doing that. We are working very hard to make curriculum better for our students because they're number one to us. Can I answer any other questions from a teacher's perspective about scheduling or the decisions this committee has made?
I have a question for you.
Yes.
How long were we in cohorts in the school year? 4 weeks, 6 weeks? Remember when you did the 2-day split? Do you remember how?
About 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
I think it was about
So,
6 weeks.
As a teacher, did your students suffer in their grades? Were their grades worse, and did you see that they didn't learn as much? And you could keep your good teacher in there.
I definitely did tweak my curriculum for 2 days a week. However, I feel like smaller class sizes, let me tell you who that helped. That helped my special ed students. I have an autistic student who was very combative, and I've taught most of my students for 2 to 3 years. I've gotten to lead with my kids. Very combative last year. He comes into a class of only 10. He is working leaps and bounds for me this year. So in a lot of ways, it was positive for kids. Now, I think that going home those 3 days, many of my colleagues had said, we didn't know what to expect. We overplanned for those. We sent too much work home. We overplanned. We didn't know. We will revise. We will revisit what that looks like. When technology comes, it'll look completely different because we'll have a lot more to be able to offer our students. So we are flexible. We are willing to bend and shake and do whatever we can for our students. And I think we've done a lot with very little. And we didn't know what to expect. This is new for us too, 2020. So I do think my kids learned. Yes. Do I think they learned the same as they did last year when they got out in March? I think they learned more this year so far. So we're in new territory too.
It's very doable.
It is very doable.
We asked for 4 to 6 weeks of hybrid, so it's very doable from a teacher standpoint.
You have a question down there?
And do it better.
Just when we're ready to transition topics. I will say, I think the question you asked that Ms. Green answered, I think is very individual for each child. And he's not watching this, so if he gets embarrassed, that's too bad. But, my son, who's never made less than an A in kindergarten through 8th grade, albeit with a heavy class load as a freshman in high school, he had 2 C's and really struggled to keep up with 2 days a week, and had a very high sense, and that doesn't sway us one way or another. I'm just trying to highlight that I think it's very individual depending on the child.
I agree. I agree. And you think about that, it's very individual as a child, and I teach 120. So I need us to think about the teacher in that too, in the decisions that we have to make for every single child. And we're trying there.
Thank you, Ms. Green. You can hold on a minute.
I have one for Ms. Green. Thank you, Ms. Green. And I'm going to say this first because I've been wanting to say it for a long time. I have the utmost respect for this advisory council. And even when we had to make the hard decision to go against what you guys spent a lot of time recommending, we did not take that lightly. There were a lot of other factors there. But I have the utmost respect I'm very inclined to go with what you say 99.9% of the time. Now, that said, you being a teacher, I wanted to ask you, my daughter's a teacher, and I hear from about 4 teachers consistently, besides my daughter. And my big question is this, we've already decided to go to remote learning, and let's clarify, because we keep going back and forth, remote learning is different from virtual learning, okay? We have, the people that are signed up for Eke and Innovate, that's virtual. The kids that we're gonna affect next week going from face-to-face to remote, that's remote learning, okay? And so I just wanted to ask you, this is the question, how do you prepare for that? I mean, how long is it gonna take you to prepare for 3 days of remote learning?
I'll be working some late nights in addition to this.
Right.
Let me say that Friday made your teachers feel human again. When we had the Friday to plan lessons, we were much better teachers to collaborate, to plan. Even in a regular year, that would be amazing, to have some unencumbered planning time. I do already have in mind, I have 3 preps in middle school and 1 50-minute planning period. I do already have in mind what my students will be doing. But since I can't put a quantity on how much time it will take, but it will take more than what we have.
Right.
I mean, that's all I can say. I've been working 10-hour days most days. The quarantine numbers are putting a large load on your teachers. In fact, I had to leave school today to be able to come here with unanswered emails with parents that are going to be upset at me because I couldn't get the work to those students in time. I know exactly which students have internet at home. I know exactly which students don't. I think you could say most of your teachers here do, but it takes extra time to make copies. It takes resources, it takes paper to make copies for the kids who don't have internet. The kids who do, you're emailing to the links and I don't even know how to answer that question, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I hope that helps.
Mr.
Now, I'm changing subjects.
Okay, I want to address 1 minute, if you don't mind. I really appreciate what you have just stood there and told us. I want to ask 1 question, and then I want to ask a question. The teachers still have to have an emergency folder of 3 days worth of work.
Absolutely, yes.
Finally, I can hear it now. I know I've already got it on my phone. What would you say to the parent that is out there that has to go to work and has a difficult job and has to stay over late on meeting days? I'm not trying to take away, but what would you say to those parents that are having a difficult time on their job and they're having to do extra for a few days?
Extra with their students? What, I'm not sure what your question is. If the parent were to ask me,
Okay.
what?
How would you address a parent who is out there trying to make ends meet and they're having a tough time on their job and they're having to stay late? How would you address that with them? Because that's the equity we're going to get. And I'd love to, because you really made some sense and opened some eyes. I'd like to hear your response to that.
I guess I'm unsure of what your question is, because of childcare or that they have to work.
They have to go to work and come home and teach their kids.
That they have to go to work and come home and teach their children?
What I'm asking you is, if a parent comes to you and says, I have to go to work every day, and last week my job was horrible. I was there 12 hours a day.
Oh, because teachers are saying their jobs are horrible?
Yes, I mean, how can you equate what you're saying to that parent? Because I'm interested in what you were saying.
I don't think we're saying our jobs are horrible. I think we're saying we need more to do our jobs well.
Right. Thank you. Say that again.
We are not saying our jobs are horrible. We're saying we need more time and support to do our jobs well.
Okay. But
I'm not trying to put you on a bad spot, but I want you to know this is what's gonna be said out there. But what you just said is we all are trying to do the best job we possibly can under the circumstances we are under. And that's what parents are gonna be asking.
I understand, I'm a parent as well.
Me too. Thank you. Anyone else?
I just want to say that I respect this committee and appreciate the hard work that y'all put into your presentations and your recommendations. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that the area that I represent, and Mr. Crane isn't here tonight, and I certainly can't speak for him, but his area is similar to mine. Our areas are rural.
I live in his area, yes.
Right, and, so the concern that I have is, I do appreciate the fact that we do want to be proactive, and I want to keep everybody safe too, I've said that, but I'm just trying to balance this thing because our students are just not going to be able to get what they need virtually right now because the internet just isn't doing it no matter how we provide. Now, it's better. I'm not going to say it's not better, but it's just not working. And I'm like Dr. Bradley, I just worry that our kids are not going to get what they need virtually. And I also agree with what he said, even though, especially in this day and time, I do feel that virtual learning can offer a new perspective and has a piece that can be valuable. There's no replacement for face-to-face instruction with the teacher and that interaction with their peers. And so I guess all I'm saying, and the reason I mentioned all that is just, to remind y'all as well, just to kind of take that into consideration that, that's a concern of ours, the fact that.
No one knows that better than the teacher.
Right.
But face-to-face is our number one goal.
Right. I'm just saying as far as the virtual thing with.
But right now, under quarantine numbers like they are, I'm not seeing my students face-to-face.
Right.
Is the number one concern of all the teachers that have contacted me, and I would say a big concern of our committee.
Right, and I know it is. I'm just saying from the standpoint of it's definitely, just like I said earlier, it's a hard thing to balance because you want your kids to get the best education possible, but you also want them to be safe. And just striking that balance, and trying to get it right, it's just hard. And with me being from the rural area, I get calls just like he does from parents all the time, just begging, say, please keep us in 4 or 5 day instruction because our kids can't use the internet. It's not feasible, and so I worry about that. I can't lie and say that I don't. So like I said, I just said all that to say, just keep that internet thing in your mind too, as we're going forward. And again, I appreciate everything that y'all are doing and the data that y'all have brought to us, and we do take it seriously. We don't take it lightly, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Dr. Hank?
Just one thing, yes. Thank you. As the newbie, I will say also that I appreciate what you guys do as a task, and I can tell that you are as divided on a lot of things as we are. Proactive versus reactive is a great motto, but I don't know that it works during COVID. I think during COVID, we have to be a lot reactive. If we don't do anything, it's not good. I am not from a rural district, but there are students in my district where the achievement gap has been horrible. That was before COVID. So after COVID, I can pretty much guarantee you it's going to be much worse than it was. So when we talk about the public health perspective and the pediatricians in the room, I know that the pediatric national level, their goal was for all schools to work towards getting students back into full-phase instruction as soon as possible. Will it be perfect? Probably not. My concern is when I look at our COVID numbers, I don't know that there are anything that we didn't expect or extremely high. Are they higher than they were? Yes. Do we expect that? Of course we do. How can we be tasked as a board and even as a school from the or out eating at restaurants at 100% capacity, shopping in malls, playing contact sports events, all of those things, it's not going to end. So at a point from a teacher's perspective, it sounds like we're not really dealing with COVID numbers versus a quarantine issue. How do we fix the quarantine? That needs to be a priority, I feel. What do we do?
Well, that's linked to the COVID numbers, so I think those go hand in hand.
Well, I think it relates to exposure and potential. We don't know that if it was 100 students quarantined, how many of those, our COVID numbers are actually pretty low. So what do we do?
That's a health professional question, not a teacher question.
Instruction, I just think it matters.
So instructionally, is that what you're asking me, how we handle that instructionally?
When you talk about your quarantine, I say, you're dealing with these students on a quarantine basis for what? 10 to 14 days?
2 weeks,
And then
2 school
having
weeks.
class. Versus not being in the class at all, or out on a hybrid or remote or whatever that other situation may be. You're lucky, your student is great. Not all students have that potential or have the structure that you can give them at home. And I just ask that we consider all of those things in trying to make a decision. We hear you as a task team, but we have so many people to answer to, just to cover all bases.
Dr. Hanks,
Yes.
second thing. I totally agree with you, and I've been one of the committee members that has pushed this whole time to get our kids in school. Like I said, Michelle and I have probably been at the opposite end of the spectrum of most of the group.
Okay.
This time we did meet and talked about the remote learning Thanksgiving week. And I was in agreement with that. But what I don't understand, just when you were talking about quarantine, if children are closer than 6 foot apart, but they're masked at all times, why is everyone having to quarantine from an exposure?
That's the question.
If they're wearing masks.
Yes, that's a question that has
Tiffany.
been hard to understand because, like, we saw the numbers, Columbia County, we compare ourselves to them a little bit. They're not having mass quarantines like we are, so or is it state by state? You have state DHEC, are we doing CDC, DHEC?
We're doing, well, so South Carolina DHEC, guidelines are the Centers for Disease Control guidelines. A cloth mask has nothing to do with anything, so.
Well, I'm just asking the difference between Columbia County quarantine and us, like, are their protocols different? I guess that's the.
No, and Monica Mazzell does an amazing job. She goes and they have desk assignments and they figure out who has broken the 6 foot 15-minute rule. And Centers for Disease Control recently changed their guidelines to it's a cumulative 15 minutes in a 24-hour day, okay? Which does make it, then that's how you get 50 kids out that have broken the 6 foot 15-minute rule. Now, if you have plexiglass barriers, then you can do 3 feet with plexiglass barriers, but the plexiglass barriers, and I'd like Lisa to address that, but the plexiglass barriers that are there.
Not the, yeah.
The
ones the State Department delivered don't meet the DHEC requirements.
Right, so, but we were able to, like at Schofield, try to not quarantine as many because they had some plexiglass. So Monica and her team of actually the principals and the nurses do an amazing job of trying to count all those kids and figuring it out. And it's countless hours of trying to do it. It is from a pure public health aspect.
Well, that's my question though, because Columbia County, up until maybe 1 week, you might have to pull the thing up, but, because I don't want to misspeak. has had more positive cases, but they're quarantining less than us. So if we're both using the same guidelines,
Right, but it depends on
the
classroom
classroom
size.
size, they're comparable.
Right, it depends on
So
classroom
that's
size,
why
number
I'm
of people in
curious,
there.
like, are we being overly cautious? Are we trying to prove a point? To more we quarantine than the bigger numbers we got, and then, or, like, I don't understand, are they being more conservative and we're being more liberal with our quarantines? That's where I'm asking if it's state by state,
Right.
because it doesn't make any
It's
sense.
all the states are doing the same thing.
It doesn't make sense, if they have more positive and we have less, why are our quarantines opposite? That's the, I mean, I just.
And
don't-
athletic teams are a big part of that too.
So Columbia County's not having problems with their athletic.
I don't know.
So that's,
If I may, Ms. Green, thank you. We appreciate you standing there with us, because we can at you. And I think, I don't know whose hand was up first. Mr. Nussels?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple different themes of questions, so if we need to rotate, that's fine. The first thing I wanted to ask the team in front of us about is kind of a graded approach. And what I mean by that is, and these are back of the napkin numbers, right? Last week, we probably quarantined about 10% of high school students in Aiken County, but some schools had it worse than others. From the sounds of it, some had 20–30% of their students quarantined last week. But when you look at it, what it looks like is we've quarantined 2.5 times on a percentage basis of high school students than we did elementary. So I just would like your thoughts, if you've discussed in your team about a graded approach of, and Dr. Tiffany spoke about it earlier this evening, about the transmission being much more prevalent in middle and high school, about your thoughts around maintaining the schedule after next week with elementary. Anybody that would like to contribute to that?
I'm the elementary, so I'll go. I have told this committee from day one, I have to represent my students, my parents, and the other administrators. So sometimes I'm all the way over here, sometimes I'm all the way over here, and then sometimes I'm right in the middle. My school, and I told them this last night, I've got one kid in quarantine. I've had one positive case. Knock on wood. It could blow up tomorrow. But there is absolutely no social distancing in my school. And I've got pictures if you want to see what it looks like, because they are desk to desk. As far as that goes, and we've talked about that, why are we having more success than a North Aiken or a Aiken L or some of those? We don't know. We are rural. A lot of my kids are rural. So I have a little bit of rural, I have a little bit of here, I have a nice hodgepodge. So it's working for us. Hybrid, my teachers will tell you, they liked it because they were able to work with the kids in small group. They can't work in a small group now because there's nowhere for them to go in the classroom for that small group. My parents personally, when we went back to 5 days, and it broke my heart when my parent looked at me and said, "Promise me you're going to keep my kids safe." Because the only reason I sent them back is because we were on hybrid. And I said, I said, "Miss Jan, you know I'm going to keep her safe." So we've done a good job. So for my school, we would be okay. I'm going to be honest, we would be okay. But at the other schools where the siblings are at the high schools, and that's where the problem comes in with the elementary. If you have the siblings at the high school or the middle school, then it's coming down to the elementary. That's where that comes in. As far as the instructional piece, I wanted to address that with the reading. Absolutely, we need them face-to-face. But it's really hard to teach our kids face-to-face if we can't sit right beside them in a small group and help them manipulate the sounds for more than 15 minutes. We can't pull them to the carpet, where we do a lot of our teaching in elementary school. So they're in their desk all day long. So even at the elementary school, it's harder because we can't do the things that an elementary teacher or early childhood teacher is naturally able to do. So we do have those concerns. We have talked about going staying in the hybrid, going back to the hybrid, and then going back in, you know, for us, it's okay. Elementary, I think it's the problem of at some schools, they have the high school kids who are testing positive, so it's going back to the families for the elementary. I don't have that problem at East Aiken right now, but it could happen tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, while,
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, while Ms. Law's there, I just want to thank her for choosing to spend her birthday with us.
Thank you.
Is it my turn? Is it my turn? I have a comment, not a question it. All right, a comment. Actually, I'm going to make a motion.
Before you do that,
Okay.
we're gonna get $2 million plus for COVID relief. What could we do with that money to help the schools the most?
Technology would go a long way. And I agreed, and we talked about that in committee, about how the hybrid should really look and where it's the streaming in. And then if we could get the real plexiglass that are like real plexiglass, not what we have now, that would go a long way. Because I had a teacher in tears when she put them up because the kids can't see through them in a second grade class. They can't see through them because there's a white thing that's right in their line of sight.
We have 10,000 of good ones on the way.
Yes, that would help, and that's what my teacher said. If we just had the regular plexiglasses, that would help. We also think at my school that part of the problem is that because or one of the things that helps us, and it could hurt us too, is we're open, so they're not in the, like, all together all the time, so we have airflow. So that could help too.
Just quick,
Cameras in the, oh yes, if they could stream in the hybrid, oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, so you could have interactive,
Mm-hmm.
with the home, the student at home and make it part of the class.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a really good use for some of that money.
yeah, just so you know, I've got maybe 4 more questions. If you want to rotate, that's fine, but along these lines, one of the things that people can maybe make as an observation, and I'd like to hear a comment back on it, is, and I'm going to generalize, is there's a lot of schools that aren't on the list that's having positive cases in quarantines. So the observation that anybody would make is, why would we decide to go back to hybrid if I've got a significant number of schools who don't even have an active case or a lot of quarantines? And I think we need to say out loud, why would we do that?
Why wait until we get COVID cases to not do something?
Right. We talked about that. We actually talked about that, and it came back to we wanted equality across the board.
I would love to speak on that, because I was the one that brought that up. I brought that up, because, again, we were looking at,
Yeah, everybody on this half, please lean into your microphones, touch them with your mouth, I don't care. Just because people online cannot hear if you're talking about like this. So please put your microphone up, because these are very important discussions and we want everybody to hear. Thank you.
So I actually brought that up. I asked why couldn't we look at just, weekly or bi-weekly, or as needed, close down schools that cannot staff and fully function. Because that's right now the issue with the close down for next week is we can't staff it. But the rebuttal to my thought was the equality thing. Well, that's not equal. If we've got 5 high schools that are running like normal and 1 that's not, how is that fair? But then me being who I am in defense mode, the moment our students walk out of the school, it's not equal. Whether it's the technology thing, because we talked about technology, can we bring up, work with Verizon to get lines to places? Can we do hotspots? Well, now we're making the assumption that everyone has electricity. And we know, and it's so sad, but we know that there are students in our district that that's a concern. So when you're talking about getting a hotspot and you're talking about having an iPad that you can download at school and then take home, well, they might be able to take it home, but the minute it dies, they don't have an outlet to plug it into that works. I heard a story today about a mom who's single. One child was quarantined for 2 weeks. That child got to go back. The other child got quarantined. Now she hasn't worked for a month, and now her electricity was cut off. So there's things like that too. Equality would be ideal in the entire world. If we could make everything equal, I think we're all trying to, that's the objective of everyone in this room or in this district community. But
Could you define the equality, please? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
equality of learning. So my neighbor, and this is just a theoretical, hypothetical. My husband works out of the house. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I have 4 children. We have 4 laptops. We have 6 phones. We've got internet boosters. We've got everything you can possibly think of. But my neighbor has 1 cell phone.
I'm talking about equality of why does one school have to suffer?
Right, and that's what
What do you mean by equality across
Well,
schools?
when I brought up, if you close one high school, the education that those students are getting in that high school is not equal to the 5 that are open and running as usual. So what I'm saying is, kind of what Cam was saying, if you close down one, sure, they're at a disadvantage for those 2 weeks to get everything under control, and the other 5 are still running smoothly. Well, comes around, goes around, now you've got this high school over here that's out. What I'm saying is you don't penalize the entire district. And it's not really a penalize, I don't like to use that word, but you're penalizing the whole district if you close everyone down for 40 cases.
Because one child dies, we're not going to go to another school and kill the child.
Correct. Right.
Thank you.
But I think from an administrator's point of view and a teacher point of view is that when you go to that too, if a school is closed down for 2 weeks, that means they're 2 weeks behind in their learning. And then we are judged by our test scores.
But if you close every school down, everybody's
Right,
too
right,
behind.
but
So
that's
test
just.
scores are going to be equal,
Right.
everybody's going to be ignorant.
But that, I'm just saying, that is the perspective from from them.
And I got,
I got mine. Go ahead.
I got one more. So I'm gonna kind of change gears, so if you want to get one in on the same subject, that's fine, but I'm just saying, if we had a school that had 30% of its students that were positive for influenza, I would think we would shut down that school, but we wouldn't shut down the county. And I understand this is a little bit different. We've got rising numbers in the county, if you look at the Dhec numbers. I understand the point that was made there, but and this is not the flu. I'm just saying there are instances that at least should be talked about where something gets bad enough at one school, you should take specific action at one school. And after that, I'm gonna change subjects, Dwight, so if you've got something on the same vein, go ahead.
Well, I've said here, I've heard from 3 elementary principals sitting here since we've been talking. And all of them are saying, all 3 of them are saying to me, please don't shut us down. They want to be up and moving. 2 of them, I actually spoke to earlier today. The 3rd one came in on his own. So it seems to be a mixed bag of what's going on from people in the elementary. I don't know what, but I do know that our numbers don't dictate us shutting them down, and I really want to consider that. Not take away anything you got to say, Lisa, but there is another side to it too, and the equality thing. I don't think at this point we need to be worried so much about equality as we need to be worried about instructing as many kids as we possibly can. And just as this sweet lady said, she's got this technology in her home, you and you work in a school that's out in the country a little bit too, and I work with one that was very low socioeconomic, and they don't have the stuff. And I'm terrified. I'm terrified that those 2nd and 3rd grade students already taking a beating.
Can you speak into your mic, please?
Absolutely, we agree, and,
They've already taken a beating, and just as Dr. Bradley has said over and over, what are we doing? And what is the justification other than, CDC saying this and that, we knew going in we couldn't do 6 foot. But we also knew that we could take the sanitation, the mask, the best we can. I've heard that about the mask too, Dr. Tiffany, that only those 95, I can't wear them because of lung condition. But I want us to, this is me, I want us to look at how we can make this thing work for our children.
Oh, we'll agree.
And not look for reasons to say this won't work for that, this won't work for that. You know, I made my career educating, teaching kids my whole life. And I can't now in life say, I can't support you. I've got to put people over the kids. I can't do it. And I want you and the rest of you to understand that parents are out there. Kids, my kids are telling me they won't be in school. I've got 3, and they are upset because they won't be able to go to school next week. And we saying, the kids are saying that, and so forth, so on. I had a student call me last week, a high school student, and told me he was scared. And it broke my heart. I literally swelled up with tears as I talked to this young man from North Augusta. And he makes sense. But after we talked a while, we must have talked for an hour or better. He finally I felt better. Because his best protection is him following the guidelines of sanitation. And I want us all to know, our job here is to educate our children. And let's don't get too far away from that. Let's not waste that help us. Now, I know we've all talked a little bit, and I don't know who was next. Cam, were you?
I just got one quick one. So we don't know, this is not particularly helpful. I mean, but the thought process I had is, maybe it doesn't matter, but we don't know what the cause or where the transmission occurs, right? It's just, this might come out as a stream of consciousness. So some of our increases in cases lately could come from uncontrolled Halloween parties, right?
Yes.
The week after Halloween. I attended one South Aiken football game, and there wasn't a lot of good behaviors going on at that football game as far as distancing and wearing masks. You gotta wonder, just because it came up, how many of the quarantines at Aiken High were related to football? Should we even, people don't like this, but should we even be playing sports? Right? One thing I want to think about is that maybe the point I'm trying to make is, let's not just think about what kind of schedule we should be on for our schools. We should be thinking about also, where is the transmission occurring, and is any of that something under our control, and what do we do about it? But the problem is, you gotta know what problem you're trying to solve. And I don't think we have the data to show what problem we're trying to solve in that vein.
Actually, that was one of the things that we talked about with the public announcement asking for their help, because that was a big thing, that we can do all of these things within our schools, but if we're not getting the public's help and kids are going to parties or they're going to sleepovers or they're not wearing their mask, we need their help. But it seems for our teachers that they're getting the blame for it when it's not their fault. And that's the perception there. And there's not an elementary principal in this district that doesn't want their kids in school. I stay up every night, and this is one of the things that I have lost sleep over more than anything. But I also know that our teachers are stressed and they are tired, and a stressed, tired teacher cannot be effective within that classroom. And for your instruction, your high quality instruction is more effective than the quantity of the instruction. So I think that and I would be fine going back to hybrid. We would. I don't think that this committee has asked for a total shutdown. We've asked for a pause to get going, so.
We've got other people.
I'm going to make a motion.
Anybody else got questions, Miss Sheila?
I was just gonna say, to kind of piggyback on what you were saying, and I've said it earlier, I'm also concerned about instruction, just like we've heard so many of us say. And just a day or two ago, I saw where a district in South Carolina has all these students that are failing their core subjects because of virtual, and so, like I said, even though it has a place, in the future, I'm not discounting it. I think we just, like you said, we have to be careful and be wise and really think about what we're doing and do as much as we can to, even if we decide to go hybrid right now or whatever, to get these kids back in school as quickly as possible. Don't let it be, 2 or 3 months and things like that. The kids just can't do that. We've got to make sure they have instruction. And so I just want to reiterate that is a concern of mine, because we also want to make sure that they do have the education that they need.
I have one other committee member that's been on hold that wanted to say something, who's a teacher. Can I put her up there to the phone? This is Kayla Hostetler. Kayla, can you just go ahead and I'm gonna put you on right next to the mic and let you talk about instruction like you were telling me.
Okay, are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I can't hear y'all very well. My internet is a little bit behind. Mrs. Law is still speaking where I'm at. So I just want to start out with, starting with saying, my husband and I have been affected by COVID. Our household has COVID. We're both teachers at Aiken High. And 5 teachers in my own department have had COVID since the beginning of the school year. And we all managed not to contract COVID before this time. And I know y'all are talking about the numbers and saying that they're not as high as they need to be, but it is a little hurtful listening to this conversation. When I had to experience the symptoms, my 1-year-old had a fever, and it was awful for us for a good 4 days. But moving forward, with the number quarantining, and I just want to focus back on this. We have 1,200 people quarantining. What that's looking like in our high school classrooms, in one of my friend's classroom, she has 15 students, she has 3 left. The rest of them have been quarantined at different times, and so they're getting sent instruction home at different times. She's not seeing her students. When they're coming back, a lot of the times the work is not completed. Sometimes they can't even get the work until after those 14 days. And from a teaching aspect, the quality of the education is just not as great as it was in hybrid. I do think in hybrid that teachers had time to prepare things to send home with students. We were seeing our students more. I feel learning was happening. It wasn't ideal, and I do believe it needs to be improved. With hybrid, the quarantining numbers will go down. I truly believe it, because we will be able to maintain 6 feet apart with masks most of the time. And so when one kid tests positive in my class, like I had a kid test positive, he would have been 6 feet away from all the students. The 6 students around him that were quarantined from that would not have been quarantined during a hybrid instruction. And so we would be keeping more students in school in a hybrid model. And I do think that quality of education is better, because right now I'm hearing from people in my school that it is impossible to keep up with who is out when, and a lot of the kids aren't getting the work until they come back, and the quality of instruction is just not well with the amount of kids that are quarantining. And I'm home. I've been home since Monday of last week, and I will be home until December 4th, and I'm still managing to teach my kids. And there are ways to do it. I'm pre-recording lessons at my home, and they are being streamed in from the Substance Play on a YouTube video that I'm making, and I'm having handouts, and they're doing interactive work, and the computers are working for us to communicate back and forth. And that technology piece is an issue for some kids. It's not perfect, but the instruction right now isn't perfect with the quarantine numbers. That 5 days instruction isn't actually turning out to be 5 days. And I think that it's about all I have to add for right now.
Thank you, Kayla. Let's see if they have any questions.
I have a question for Ms. Hostetler. Mr. Smith,
Can you hear
is it
me?
okay if I ask a question, Ms. Hostetler?
I can
Ms. Hostetler, this is Brian Silas, and I hope this doesn't come out the wrong way, but I know that throughout this whole ordeal, I'm going to say that Aiken High teacher faction has been probably the most vocal, and it's okay to be vocal, the most vocal in not wanting to be back in school 5 days, I guess. But right now, Aiken High's numbers, I think both infections and quarantines, are extremely high compared to others, and other similarly sized high schools, Midland Valley, South Aiken, North Augusta, I think is high also, largest school. Is it a coincidence, or what would you attribute that to, that what's going on differently at Aiken High, if you can say, than these other high schools? Is it all a coincidence? It's just the way the virus is working? Any opinion?
It's an irony, in my opinion, that I got COVID for so actively trying to not get it. But I don't know. I really don't understand. We do have a large student population, but so do other schools. I know some of the students that tested positive within my room are athletes. I'm not quite sure why we have higher numbers. I do know that the teachers that have been vocal, we're not the ones that trace that or track that or have any way of counting. We just get the notifications after and say, hey, this kid's out. And sometimes it's 5 days after they're out that we get a notification. I'm not sure why we have higher spread than everywhere else.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith?
Thank you.
Mr. Smith? Are we ready? Does anybody else have any questions before I? No? Okay. First of all, I want to thank the advisory committee. I appreciate you staying and having the patience to answer our questions so that we can make informed decisions. In an effort to have some form of consistency and help with our quarantine problem, I am making the motion that after returning from Thanksgiving, that we go back to elementary school 4 days a week, with middle and high schools going back to AB days until Christmas break. We also need to establish a tiered threshold system based on data from Dhec, CDC, Aiken County Public School District data, and the advisory committee's recommendation to determine whether schools should be open for virtual, hybrid, or in-person learning. And stop athletics until the data supports it, continuing without quarantine numbers increasing, because that seems to be the root of our problem at this point. And I also recommend in this motion that we have a call meeting at a date to be determined to further set guidelines moving into next semester. I can read that again if you like. All right. In an effort to have some form of consistency and help our quarantine problem, I make a motion that after returning from Thanksgiving, we go back to elementary schools 4 days a week, with middle and high schools going back to cohorts, AB days, until Christmas break. Also establishing a tiered threshold system based on data from Dhec, CDC, Aiken County Public School data, and the advisory committee's recommendations to determine whether schools should be open for virtual, hybrid, or in-person learning, and cease athletics until the data supports it, continuing without quarantine numbers increasing. Have a call meeting at a date to be determined to set future guidelines moving into next semester. That's my motion.
Any seconds? Then the proposal fails for lack of a second, unless I miss one.
Without that proposal, are we gonna have something else
Yes. But just before we, if I'm not putting on the spot too much, so we've done a lot of discussion and everybody's right, I appreciate y'all and the time you put in. But before we move to another motion, I would like to hear any thoughts from our superintendent on the subject and recommendations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Nessel, and members of the board. Like I think I've heard parents, teachers, principals, everyone else say, my preference is always 5 days a week face-to-face for students. That is, in my opinion, the ideal method of delivering instruction for our students, and that's always where I'm trying to get back to. I didn't like getting away from it, and my goal since March has been to get back to 5 day a week face-to-face instruction. But it's dependent on a lot of things. It's dependent on everybody inside of our schools and everybody outside of our schools doing the right thing. I mean, we've got those means of mitigating the virus that obviously there's debate about, but I think generally speaking, most people recognize that if you wear your masks, if you wash your hands, if you use sanitizer when you can't wash your hands, if you stay 6 feet apart whenever it's possible to, and don't linger close to each other when it's not possible to. Avoid touching surfaces, avoid touching your face. All of those things that we talk about, maintaining that distance, staying home when you're sick. I mean, there are, Dr. Tiffany talked earlier about the asymptomatic spread that we're seeing a lot more of now. But we've also seen a lot of folks who, like the person tired after Thanksgiving holidays and getting home from a trip and just thinking they're tired and coming to school and actually being contagious. I mean, we've had students and employees alike who knew they were sick and came to work. And I'm sure that's the case in every walk of life, in every business, in every situation. We've had that. So, if everybody would behave themselves and everybody would do exactly what they're supposed to do, I'm not sure this discussion would have gone on as long as it has. But people aren't doing that. I came in here tonight with the idea that I really didn't like the idea of extending remote learning beyond the 3 days that I recommended. Simply because I just want students, if it has to be 2 days a week with 3 days of remote learning, then so be it. But I think I was talking to Ms. Jackson. I did say that I would listen, and I'm open-minded to it, and I could be convinced. I still like Ms. Jackson's motion, actually, except for the part about athletics. and I know that can certainly sound contradictory. Yeah, I know that sounds contradictory. I suspect that could be why you didn't get a second. I don't know that, but I kind of like the recommendation that the committee made. My heart's still not in the two remote weeks right after Thanksgiving and right after Christmas holidays, but I think you've made a thoughtful recommendation, and I believe that we tasked you with that responsibility. So while I don't necessarily agree with every aspect of it, and I think that the board is certainly giving due consideration to every aspect of it. And the only change that I would make in the recommendation that you made is to have those 2 remote learning weeks be hybrid weeks. So
Yeah,
that's where I stand.
And I'll speak right up, Ms. Reinhardt Jackson. In part of my mind, it doesn't make sense, right? If we're worried about our if we should be hybrid or not, why are we playing athletics? I'm with you. But I'd also like to kind of prove that first, if we've got it, we've got it. But we don't have that in front of us. And here, just on a logical standpoint, it doesn't make sense that we're doing this but doing that. But I'd like to kind of prove that to myself first. And if you want to restate your motion without that, well,
Sure.
we can see how that
I'd be
goes.
glad to.
And before you do, just to address that a little bit, Cam, in the one, statement that we have from Aiken High School, 17 of the face-to-face students that were affected, 11 were football players. So it's almost to me a common sense type of thing that if you are physically in contact sports, you're increasing your risk. We can't prove it, but just to keep in the back of our mind.
So and the other thing, just for consideration, I'm sorry we're doing so much chit-chatting without a motion, but the other thing for consideration is that as long as people went out and saw the attachments on the agenda, they knew what we were talking about tonight and what the recommendation was. And that wasn't part of the recommendation. And I wouldn't mind if somebody wanted to have a special call meeting, we want to talk about this next week or whatever, I'm good with that. But I'd like to give people some notice before we cancel basketball season.
All right.
You know what I mean? So,
I'm going to restate my motion. I make a motion that after returning from Thanksgiving, we go back to elementary 4 days a week, with the middle and high schools going back to cohorts, AB days, until Christmas break. We establish a threshold using the data sources that we use in order, to determine whether schools should be open for virtual, hybrid, or in-person learning. I have also put in this motion that we set a call meeting at a later date to determine whether or not the numbers support that athletics should be stopped for a while, for lack of better words. That's my motion.
and I'll second that so we can discuss it.
I'm gonna play a little bit here. Basketball played with mostly 13 players on a team. And gyms are the, 1/4 occupancy? And
Max 250.
I think we've got a little bit of obligation to kids that are with us that enjoy that aspect of coming to school. We got to look at that. Then we moved from basketball to track and baseball, the two sports. Is tennis in the spring or is it in the fall?
Tennis.
Boys is in the spring.
Y'all-
Boys tennis is in the spring.
Okay, then we got 3. Baseball is 9 players, usually 14 on a team, and track is real spread out because of the different prospects or competition level there. And we just went through football, and we had Aiken High School. Did we have any other schools that had to cancel games?
Civil law.
Silver Bluff had to?
But not because of them. It was their opponent, it wasn't.
Our
Okay.
basketball team at LBC Middle is
Okay.
14.
Okay, but my point is, your basketball team at LBC canceled a game, you hadn't played
They
yet.
quarantined their whole, their
Oh, okay, I
team
don't
is
hear about
gone.
you.
They won't have a game without a team.
All right, my point is, we're restricting some people that really enjoy that, and when the majority of them are gonna be played outside. And, I see you shaking your head, Dr. Tiffany, why? Am I missing something?
Well, it's a contact sport, and you're gonna break the 6-foot rule, and until you put them in an NBA bubble, you're gonna have spread with a contact sport.
You're
Wrestle,
talking about
you're
baseball.
gonna have it, basketball, you're gonna have it. You know, you're gonna have it, unless you can SEC test, you're gonna have it. And you see SEC football teams test 3 times a week, and you still have SEC football programs getting knocked down, so.
I appreciate where you're coming from, and I really do, and I respect what you just said.
Can I make one comment that may speed this part up a little bit?
Sure.
Tomorrow, the South Carolina High School Sports League meets, their executive committee meets to determine whether or not there will be winter sports.
Wonderful.
So that can
That
kind of
may
take that off
take-
your plate.
Yeah.
Well, the motion doesn't contain anything about
No, no, it doesn't.
I mean, the motion doesn't contain anything about
No.
sports.
You took it out.
She took it out, yeah.
Well, she said it.
I took it out.
She
It took
said,
at a later date to be determined.
But I'm just saying, like, if they make that determination, then it trumps you anyway, so.
all we're saying is that subject goes on a later agenda,
Correct.
and we can do nothing then.
My intent with this motion is for us at this moment in time until January to put some consistency in the lives of our students, teachers, and parents, period. With the thought of everyone's health in mind and having some sort of social distancing better than what we have now with everybody back in school 5 days a week. That is my intent with this motion.
Can I?
And I hear you loud and clear, and I know that's what it is. I'm an old coach, and I know, and if it wouldn't have been for athletics, I would not have stayed in school. And I know there's kids out there who are like that, and I just don't want to see that door shut.
But that's not all
Well, I'm not suggesting that we shut the door, I'm just saying that let's wait and get this motion disposed of, and then we can worry about the sport. But, you know, I'm like, since we're discussing the motion, let me, just suggest an alternative way of thinking about it. You know, what I would favor is taking a school-by-school approach, setting a criteria. Say, for example, if you have 1% positive cases in that school, then you move to an alternative model. Or if you have a X number, I don't know what it should be, quarantine in that school, then you move to another model, probably hybrid. And if you have X number in hybrid, then you move to remote. You know, you have a tiered approach. But you do it on a school-by-school basis. I have a real problem with shutting down a school that has no cases, no quarantine, or one case in a very small quarantine. Well, I'm talking about doing away with the 5-day full-time instruction. To me, it's shutting it down when you go to hybrid. Well, it's the wrong choice of word. Changing the model. I have a hard time changing the model of instructional delivery in the school. You know, I don't think we have to maintain equality. I think we have to do the best
Well,
we
for
can
6 weeks,
all
while we were in
children.
the hybrid model, our numbers were not what they are now, correct? Am I correct? Somebody correct me if I'm
Well,
wrong.
if you look at the total, that's correct. But if you look at it on an individual school by school, there's
And I
some that
just
are
heard
no
a
worse
teacher
off.
say that the quality of education that our kids are not getting is a good quality education regardless of the time that they're in there, Dr. Brown.
Do we want to make a case for having a 2-day school year? You know?
A 2-day school year, what do you mean? You mean 2-day a week school year?
Yeah, 2-day a week. School
No,
year.
sir, we're only dealing with this moment right here in
I mean, what
time.
we could do then is we could really block schedule. We bring half the kids to school from.
You're doing too much now, Dr. Bradley. Correct, you went too far. That's not what I was implying at all.
Let me finish my thought, then you can.
You don't ever let me finish mine.
Close. Come on.
So did I.
All in favor of her, or any more discussion then?
I just got something that I don't think will add to that. I just want to say, I think in our, first of all, Patrice, I think the motion is sound, okay? I'm okay with that. The only thing I like, and the thing I like about the motion, and the same thing I like about what the advisory council's saying, and I think I heard Mr. Lawrence say, is I don't like the teachers not knowing what's gonna happen tomorrow, okay? I don't like, if we stake it on a number, and that number changes tomorrow, but then it changes back the next day, you know, are we gonna flip-flop every other day? I mean, I think we've got to decide, and I think I think the advisory council did that. We've got to decide and lay out a plan. I don't, you know, the proactive thing makes sense to me, because you got a lot of people whose lives and their schedules are depending, not just teachers, but students and parents, a lot of people and administrators whose lives are dependent upon the schedule. So I think we need to make a schedule and stick to it. You can't, I like the idea, Dr. Bradley, of basing it on a number. I really like the idea of breaking it down the way you've done, where we're looking at elementary different from middle and high, because it seems to be a different animal. But basing it on a number, while I like it, it scares me because that number keeps changing. And teachers and administrators and parents and students can't live like that. They can't change every other day.
What do you mean by, changing number? I'm sorry.
The positive rate number.
Okay.
If we were to set a standard per school, and let's say today there's 5 students with positive cases, but tomorrow there's 18, and then the next day there's 2. You know,
that
we
was
can't
not
keep-
grand, I didn't,
Oh, no,
I'm not there.
I know that.
Okay.
I'm fine with your motion. I'm just trying to make the case that I like your motion better than setting a standard based on the number.
Right.
Because I just think that number's gonna keep fluctuating.
Right.
And so that's all I'm saying.
Can I go back and finish my thought a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
What I was trying to say is, I don't believe that 2 days of instruction under the hybrid model is equal to 5 days instruction in face-to-face classroom. I understand the problems that quarantine caused. And I think what I heard you say, Ms. Green, was that you were really not doing 5 days a week face-to-face instruction now because of all the absences going and coming and so forth in your classroom. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm looking at the wrong person. Yeah, Ms. Green. I'm sorry. My premise basically is that the best that we can do is to keep kids getting as many hours of instruction as we possibly can. Period. And hybrid reduces that by, 2/5. Less than, you get less than half as much when you go to hybrid as you do in a 5-day a week face-to-face. What I'm trying, it's like a seesaw, I'm trying to find a balance between the health needs and the educational needs of children.
Mr. Nussel.
I just want to, so I'll make sure everybody heard the same thing, that you know what we potentially are voting on. Ms. Reinhardt Jackson's motion specified a 4-day school week for elementary. And I know the benefits of that, but in my mind, I don't see the point to it right now. I don't, so I would ask the group to think about that, of why are we making a motion for a 4-day elementary school week versus a 5? I know how it helps with, I know how, especially that planning day helps a lot when it gets back to Mr. Moulton's discussion earlier tonight about, everybody's got it tough in different ways. But, a lot of elementary school teachers, they don't have their planning period. Don't tell me they do. They don't. And so I understand that Friday helped out a lot with a lot of the difficulties. But when we think about putting the students first, I would rather see a 5-day a week, elementary school week. And, my wife can hit me later. But, so, I just want you guys to think about that before, and I would amend Ms. Reinhardt Jackson's motion simply to change that 4-day elementary school week to a 5-day elementary school week.
The 4 days really help with the cleaning on the
Well,
Fridays.
What?
Mhm.
Okay, so, no, so I'm still gonna amend, I'm still amending it. The issue, I understand that, and I guess the issue I had with that is, when we had a lot of those discussions earlier in the year, and the past is the past. The answer always was, we deep clean every day, and we get it done. That was the answer given, all right? And so if that's not the case, if we have difficulties, that's a different issue that we need to talk about at some level, whether that's at the board or just within the own administration. So I'm still gonna amend Ms. Reinhardt Jackson's motion. Or excuse me, I'm asking to amend it, but I don't get to do it by myself.
Do we have a second?
I'll second his amendment. I agree with that.
Do we have to vote on the amendment?
Okay, now, I have something to say.
Discussion on the amendment.
Not discussion, and I have something to say. I like your amendment, Mr. Nussel. I like your proposal. I don't like I don't like the 4 days a week for elementary, and I don't like the hybrid for the middle and high school. What I do like is, what Dr. Bradley was saying, we come up with some criteria with the committee to say what we do. There's no sense in punishing other schools that don't have problems because somebody over here does. And we're getting back into that, and I don't want to be there. I just think that's doing our children wrong, especially the schools that are not having the viruses. And that's just my opinion on that. So we've all had our little say. Ms. Jackson?
My thinking with having the middle and the high schools going back to the hybrid model was because and Dr. Tiffany, please correct me if I'm wrong, there is no social distancing in our middle and high schools. If we were to go back to the hybrid model, at least we can have social distancing a lot better than what we got it now. And I also heard him say, and please correct me, that we're about to go into an extremely high volume COVID time or flu season so that is my thinking at this moment for this period of time. I'm not saying for the rest of the year. I'm not saying for next year. I'm saying from now just until Christmas break. That is all my motion contains.
And I could live with that. Now, Mr. Silas, you were next.
Two things with regard to the amended motion, I guess. One is, part of that was that we, and I guess I want to define we, establish a threshold. So, Mr. Lawrence, who would you see as the we? Is it the back to school committee? Is it Ms. Moselle? Is it a combination on how that would, who and when, because we need to know that.
Yeah, it would be a combination of folks, but I think I'd like a little time to put together the team that would make that recommendation.
Okay.
Because obviously I want people from our Human Resources Department. I'm going to want Ms. Moselle and others who have been working with this every day, all weekend. They've got their finger on this thing, and I really would like to have input from them. People who are looking at that data every week, Mr. Postel. Because those are the folks who have lived and breathed this data from the state, from Dhec, from CDC, day in and day out. So we would look at other school districts and see the impact that they've had. So I think we would do that with that team.
Okay.
And another thing, and even going past Christmas break, I think, I'm glad it's part of the motion, because I think we've been lacking some definition in how we make decisions. So I'm glad that's part of the motion. I look forward to get those numbers. And I think we should consider going beyond the Christmas break, potentially consider it on a school-by-school basis. I really do. So I'm sure that'll be part of future discussions. The other thing, and believe me, I really don't want to complicate this, but I think there's one group that we may have left out in this, and that's special education, particularly the self-contained. I'd like somebody's comment. Is Ms. Wiley here?
I am.
Oh. I don't know if that was discussed with the group. I'd like to know. Specifically with self-contained, does it make sense because of the challenges that faces for those parents face with caring for those, that they could potentially come back and still maintain,
We have students who have service provided models already defined based on their IEP goals and objectives, so that whatever committee decisions are made, students' learning progress will continue. It's a seamless transition regardless of the model that we're in at that time. So I've been in constant communication with Mr. Postel just to stay abreast of it, to make sure that we're able to move tomorrow. We're supporting our student needs.
So in your opinion, it's okay?
In my opinion.
That we keep the motion like this, or that we don't need to make any special considerations for
Not when it comes to the school district's plan,
Okay,
no. The learning process will continue regardless.
okay, those were my two.
Before you leave, I have a question. So I heard from many parents, that was gonna be my next comment that I wanted to add, and it was pertaining to special ed
Yes,
students.
ma'am.
They are saying, hands down, when we go hybrid, their students or their children are suffering. The instruction is not the same, and them having a full-time attention, just makes a world of difference. Is it an option when we decide whatever, that the special ed students don't have to fall in a cohort? Aren't their numbers typically small enough? Is that logistically
So,
an option?
unfortunately, right now, our numbers are not small, contrary to popular belief. I think a lot of our families think that we have 5, 6, 7 students in a class. A lot of our classes have 18, 20 students in them. Plus additional 3, 4, 5 adults that also compounds that. I've personally had to support Monica Mazzell with shutting down several of our classes due to not being able to maintain social distance, some of our students not being able to physically wear a mask. So for me, health and safety will always come first, but we've created models where we're able to learn from March, learn from the beginning of the school year to enhance our services and supports to our students through the form of technology, through the form of student communication with teacher communication, and just bringing it back full forward.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Middle Valley graduate.
Mr. Moulton. I just feel like I've got to say this, if we stray away from the advisory council's initial recommendation, which we're talking about with this motion, if we stray away from that, it brings into my mind a few things that I think we have to consider. One is, I don't want to forget the gentleman earlier that mentioned the bus situation. We haven't even talked about that. And to me, that's kind of a big issue that we can handle separately. I'm not asking to bring it into the motion. I'm saying don't forget about it. Okay, the other thing, this does come into the motion, is when I agreed earlier about the elementary planning periods not being an issue, that's under hybrid. That's where they have Fridays to plan. And now you're telling me we're going from 4-day back to 5-day, and Ms. Falal told us that the quality of education is better when the teachers have a chance to catch a breath and to plan instead of just do. And so I'm worried about, believe me, I like the 5-day. I'm with Mr. Lawrence, I hear him. I like the 5-day, but what good is a 5-day if the teachers can't do their jobs? You know, so I think we need some consideration on the 4-day option for that reason. And I like Mr. Nestle's, amendment. It's just that I think without doing something for those planning periods, we're putting the teachers at a severe disadvantage.
Mr. Lawrence,
That worries me.
do you have any suggestions?
Wait a minute, we're out of order. Let him finish. Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, now, Ms. Jackson.
I hear Mr. Moulton. What are your recommendations for, if we were to go back to keep 5 days for elementary, for teachers to have some sort of planning period?
Yeah, well, and I think that's been the debate, because there is some sort of planning period. It's just teachers are having to leave their classrooms during that time. And, this is something that's widespread. I've talked to several of you in recent days just about experiences that I've had where teachers have had to float, and I had a full year one time when my specials teachers had to push a cart around the school, and every time they went to a class, the teacher was displaced. So, that's something that was a long-term thing because of construction. This obviously is spread across the whole school district and not isolated to one school. So, I still think that, and I told Mr. Moulton this, my brain is gonna go to safety first and convenience second. I think that you can plan, while it's more difficult to have to leave your classroom, leave your materials, leave, your setting, then you can plan when you leave. So I always go back to, if schools can figure a way to extend the time a little bit, and I know that may be difficult whatever they can do to ensure that the teacher's not spending all their time traveling from their classroom to wherever they could do some planning to come back. But, yeah, I'm still stuck on that idea that the more we can keep those students contained together in that one setting, that's kind of where I fall.
I would like to interject. The first 2 years I was in teaching, I had a little stainless steel car that I pushed room to room. And it's something we don't necessarily like, but it's one of those things that comes with the territory, especially in the situations that we're in now. Any more discussion?
Just one last point, I promise. It goes back to Mr. Nussel with the 4-day and the cleaning. Every email that I receive on the elementary level says that not only from a teacher planning perspective, but that Friday for cleaning was absolutely wonderful because the janitorial staff are overwhelmed when the students are there all week, and the teachers are having to do much more cleaning than they would like. So just to throw that out there as far as the 4-day perspective for the elementary level. Or at least to readdress the cleaning part of it.
Okay, are you asking him to change his motion?
No.
No? Okay.
But you do need to vote on the amendment.
Yeah. Now, as far as the amendment by Mr. Nussel, it's time to vote. All in favor? No?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
All right, Mr. Nussel, repeat the amendment, please.
I believe, all we're doing is voting to amend it. We're not
Yes.
passing the motion.
Right.
And the only part of the amendment was changing from a 4-day to a 5-day a week, school week for elementary school.
Okay.
That was it.
That clarified? All in favor?
On the amendment.
Okay, all opposed? Okay, amendment fails.
So, okay, does the motion stand as it is then? That way as I originally read it?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, any more discussion on your discussion? Your proposal? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, we got what? Let's do it again. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed?
One more time.
We're all getting tired, I know. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, we had 2 opposed and 6 opposed, so that passes. And Ms. Reinhardt, would you please restate your motion for those that are watching and may not have heard?
All right, the motion is that after returning from Thanksgiving, we go back to elementary schools 4 days a week, with middle and high schools going back to cohorts, AB days until Christmas break. Also, we established a tiered threshold system based on data from Dhec, CDC, Aiken County Public School District, and the advisory committee's recommendations to determine whether schools should be open for virtual, hybrid, or in-person learning. That's it.
Thank you. Any other discuss? Before we go any further, I've noticed, sir, you haven't had a chance to speak. Is there anything you would like to say? You sat there such like a good student.
I would like to, other students who come here and they can go there.
Whatever's best for you.
I like the proposal. I think it establishes a baseline of where we're at and gives you all the ability to, if there is a school that has 0 COVID cases and 0 people out, they should not be twice a week. But to get all of our schools back to a baseline, give our teachers time to breathe, parents time to breathe, the school, the county grade. It's a good idea. I've always been in this council trying to meet in the middle, you know, between all 12 of us. So, I'm happy that we got to where we did, even without me saying it. So, it seems good. And King, I would ask you a question. Is it easier to ramp up a school or ramp down a school in a singular case?
My opinion is it's always easier to become less restrictive than it is to become more restrictive. So I think we can do that faster. While I respect the folks who shared with me their concerns when we went from hybrid to 4 days with 3 days notice. So I certainly respect that and would certainly think more about it in the future. But I believe anytime from a parent preparation standpoint to a school standpoint, I mean, becoming less restrictive is easier than becoming more restrictive.
Good. So it seems we're at a good place there.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Tiffany, thank you very much, because I know this is, you probably got much more important things in your business line of work to do than sit here and babysit us. We appreciate you very much, what you're doing, all of you. Thank you very much for what you did, and hopefully, I would like us to get together on the future and just hash things out, because I think that's the way we get to understand one another a little better. And thank you for being here. Unless there's something else, anybody have anything else, then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? And thank all of you, the audience, the people who have stayed with us tonight.